Ooh, Anna. Ooh, and welcome to the AC show. We are here with the back. We are back with the first cases of Hercule Poirot. We are gonna solve the cases. We are gonna do them correctly this time, and we're gonna have a good time. I'm hoping to do a few chapters. I'm hoping to do a few chapters. We did the prologue last night, which took quite a while. So apparently this game is apparently 4 to 5 hours long. It took me 2.5 hours to do the prologue. So the estimation time can suck dick, because that is clearly wrong. But hey. Yeah, last night we only did the prologue. Also, welcome in, Max. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. How are you doing? Yes, last night we only did the prologue. We are now in chapter 1. And we are ready to solve more cases at Hercule Poirot. I should stop doing the accent, but I cannot help it. But we're ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll with this game. Continue. There are 9 chapters overall, which I found out. So, yeah. Here we go. Obviously, as usual, the cutscene we will bugger off, but until then. Alright, let's go. Before I go indoors, is there any clues on the outside? It's lovely weather. Come on. And of course, if there are any frame rate issues, we will pause it just to let the frames sort themselves out. But I'm hoping for a nice, relaxing, easy stream. A moment longer in this weather, my fingers would have become too cold to even knock the door. Oh no.
Bonjour, my name is Hercule Poirot. I am here at the invitation of Mademoiselle Angeline.
Ah, Detective Poirot. We have been expecting you. Please come in from this frightful cold.
I will, Archibald.
Merci. I don't think I would have lasted much longer out here before turning into an icicle.
Welcome. I am Archibald Sterling, the head butler.
Oh, the butler did it.
Please accept my apologies.
There we go.
I have a rather pressing matter, but I will see that you are attended to immediately.
Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. I am sure I am more than capable of finding my room. I shall straighten myself up and be ready to join the party.
Pardon me.
There is no rush, Detective. Dinner will not be served for some time. So please, make yourself comfortable.
I will.
Once you have settled in, I am sure that Miss Angeline will be happy to see you. She has been eager for your arrival.
Oh.
She's not been herself recently. You will be staying on the first floor.
I don't mean to hit A, my bad.
I believe your room is one of the 2 on the west side of the house.
Got it.
Merci. I am sure we shall speak again soon.
Here we go. Let's do this. Oh, my map already. When you just got here. Jeez. It's time to make myself comfortable. I should begin by finding my room and straightening myself up before the party begins. Okay. Got it. First floor, west wing. That way. Left hand side. We do. Let's have a little nosy, shall we? The night's arrival, I've written a small sign message. The male guests are based in the east wing. Wait a minute.
Huh.
Night arrival, the male guests are based in the east wing. But yet I... Whoa, my brain ticking already. But mine is in the west wing. So, why have I been assigned the west wing, but all the other males in the east? That's suspicious. I mean, used by Archibald. I very much doubt my man would use it.
Bonjour. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Hercule Poirot.
Detective. I hope you're not
Zachariah.
here for me.
You look like a prick.
Not that I am aware of. Should I?
That my deduction. There we go.
Ha! Ha ha! Not often you meet a detective with a sense of humor. I'm Zakaria Demir, but you can call me Zach.
Judging by the smell of alcohol, I would say you had begun the celebrations already and likely to be friendly with everyone. I understand the staff are busy. I'm hoping you could find someone, but I was hoping I could find someone to assist me. Have you had a chance to congratulate the happy couple?
If I had seen them, maybe I would have. It is meant to be their celebration, but they're always off, dealing with something or other.
Something or other? A rather vague expression.
Ooh.
Let's just say they like to keep their cards close to their chest. For such a well-known family, I'm surprised they can keep anything hidden.
Would you care to elaborate on what Mademoiselle may be hiding?
I'd rather not. You're the detective, isn't that your job?
He's hiding something.
Très bien, Monsieur Demir.
I'm suspicious. I should keep my occupation and reason for being here to myself, for at least now. I feel it may derail my initial introduction. I understand the staff are busy. I'm hoping I can find someone to assist me.
You'll be lucky. I've been waiting for a refill for ages.
Ugh.
I came out here to find someone myself.
Ah, I see. The preparations for this evening's dinner must have taken precedence.
I've seen that butler running around like a madman, but there is still no party to speak of. It's pretty clear they need to hire a few more hands.
I shall take up no more of your time.
Pardon me.
À bientôt.
So how are you, Max, by the way? How's your day been? I'm not going upstairs just yet. I'm having a little look. I'm having a little nosy first before I start going around.
Huh.
Interesting looking piece of stationery. It appeared rather delicate. But we look at shit first and we'll all have it.
Ah.
A roaring fire. I could stand engaged in the flame for hours. What's this? It looked quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. Piano.
Oh.
The chant to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment. £2.5 grand.
Huh.
Yeah. Man of Vander's spot has always been the one for appearances. Why would the family want to keep the price tag on a vase? Oh, all about money again. Okay, I'm hitting A. I'm not in it. Hang on, wait. Fuck is that? Oh, this is me in my chair, I found. Trying to get in the. I'm too far left. There we go. Alright, here we go. A portrait of a distinguished looking gentleman. He doesn't appear to be related to the family. Alright, that's from Out of Bounds. Got it. That's from is also Out of Bounds. Alright, let me go in the doors. Let me go in. Did it say my room was upstairs or downstairs? Right, downstairs. First floor. Well, this is the ground floor, surely. I can hear bottle clanging and moving furniture. I presume this is the salon. The door is locked. I presume this leads to the dining room. I'm sure there'll be a grand reveal when all is present. Okay, let's go. Ah, I've got a blocked nose for some reason. Don't know why. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. So we're on the. My room's on the west, but I'm gonna go to. Oh, hang on. An auctioneer receipt. I hope Madame Vanderspot didn't find it necessary to sell her belongings. Orton and Gargan, master auctioneer and valuer. cheap sale of one-time oil painting 300 F. So that francs. Yeah. One-time gold plate frame chipped equal 100 francs. One marble equal 250 francs. Total purchase 650 francs. One handling fee 50 francs. Pay total 600 francs. May payable to C. Vanderbosch.
Oh.
Plants lean and rely on each other to survive. Sometimes something we are species to take a lesson from. Yeah, a nice little wander while we're. So I can't go there yet. Block. Time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece is an art form. I'm not sure how I'd fare coming face to face with such a beast. Bit creaky, this house. A painting of the sun rising over town. Sadly, it appeared to have some water damage. I don't want to go to my room yet. A beautifully composed painting of Seven Saints. Madame was quite an eye for striking artwork. Seven Saints. Alright, let's remember that. A painting of a valley with a series of beautiful cliffs. The scenery truly breathtaking. Alright, so my room's there, but I don't want to go there yet. I got a feeling. Can I go upstairs? Okay, no, I have to go there. Alright, well, we looked at everything before we went in. It'd rather be better than safe than sorry. A circular perfume, compliment to the family. Seemed rather fitting for a female occupant. Did they leave me some cologne as well? Yeah, exactly. This isn't my. This is the. I've been sent here for no. I've been sent here for a reason. A roaring fire. I could stand and gaze at the flame for hours. But all the men are in the east, and yet I am in the west for some reason. So someone wants to keep me away from the other side. The falling stone had laid beautifully bright white blanket over the countryside that surrounded the house. Pretty sure I didn't hit A, but okay. Understandable to hide a woman's modesty while changing. Exactly. This isn't. Make some deductions. Alright, here we go. Yet.
Come, my little grace.
Sorry, how is that not a thing?
Think logically.
Am I the only one that thinks that's dodgy? I'm doing it. East, male guests are based in the east wing. My room is in the west wing. How is that not a deduction? Stupid fucking game. I thought I would bang on then. I thought that was. That got me one.
I must act on
Right, you are. That then.
order and method.
You're on
That
crack. You're. Okay.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
It appears as though I'm staying in a very feminine room. Perhaps there's some confusion. I said that. I already said that. Oh, you're sorry. So you gathered it from that, but you didn't gather it from that. Wow. Okay, then yeah. What do you want?
What a revelation.
Again, what I said wasn't wrong, but apparently it was. A butler would usually escort to my room, but on this occasion, I must find my own way. Maybe that? Probably not.
The pieces
Okay,
of
no
the
one.
puzzle are finally coming together.
Archibald clearly flustered with tar. It appears he sent me to the wrong room. Room? Inspect the bedroom. I haven't inspected the bedroom. I've inspected. What do you mean? I've inspected. I'm too quick for the game now. Ah, the pillow. Card hid under the pillow. It indicates Hugo would like Miss Conrad to speak to him ASAP. It appears Monsieur Sterling had given me the wrong room. This one made up for Jacqueline Conrad. No matter, I shall have found my chamber myself. Yeah, well, how about the East Wing? Well, I said it would, Poirot. How about... There are no tag, but it must belong to one of the guests. The fact that I'm quicker than Poirot, say something. What does it say? Talk to Angeline, inspect the ground floor. What, did I not do that? I swear to God, you take me to the book again, which I've already looked at. We are going to have issues. Oh, hello, they're the man.
You must be Detective Poirot. Welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. Gideon Demir.
Oh,
The fiancé to Mademoiselle Angeline. The pleasure is all mine.
Angeline spoke so highly of you. It sounds as though you are the man that can sort this terrible mess out.
yeah, I can do it all.
I am.
Well, I can. Pro,
You have
maybe
my
not.
word.
The guests that are attending your announcement. How Mademoiselle Angeline's been receiving some letters.
She tries her best to keep everyone else happy, but I can see it is taking its toll.
Quite understandable. She is feeling the burden of the family that is not hers to carry.
Angeline has spoken with her mother. She has asked if there is anything that could be used against her, but she was just so dismissive.
And what are your thoughts on the matter?
I do not want to overstep my position, but if there is something that could damage not only the Vandenbosch name, but our future, Angeline deserves to know.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
You have met Madame. You know it is best to not get on her wrong side.
I have. Monsieur Gideon was wide to selected battle carefully when Madame is concerned. The guests that are attending your announcement.
Mostly friends of the family. A couple of business associates of mine. Quite a mix from all walks of life.
With regards to the blackmailing, can they be trusted, or should they be considered suspects?
Angeline is struggling to trust anyone right now, but Madame Vandenbosch, as it is her house, thought it was best for us to have them all present.
And they will all be staying in the house.
Yes, it is a rather full house. All 6 guests will be staying on this floor. The family resides on the 2nd floor. As does Felix.
Ah, Major Felix.
I will be sure to speak with them all. However, I will keep my identity and purpose for being here hidden, at least until I have made my initial introductions.
I'm afraid that ship may have already sailed. Once the Comtesse gets wind of something, a detective coming to the house, for example, you can bet everyone will know.
Oh, shit. I couldn't help notice the air of antipathy when mentioning the Major.
You are very observant, Detective. You would be wise to keep that perceptive nature while you're here.
Well, thank you.
I'm sure you are correct. But I'd like to return to your feelings towards the Major.
He has been a good friend to Madame Vandenbosch over the years, but that does not make him a good man, or suitable to involve himself in family affairs.
Got that right. Monsieur Gideon had not said anything negative against the Major, but sounds like he questionable the Major intention in the house.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Let's do this. Oh, the music picking up. Alright. Gonna take you back to the book again, isn't it? It's just gonna do it. Oh, hello. Bon! Mademoiselle Angeline is here. The sooner I learn about the blackmail, the quicker she can return to celebrate her happy news. I'm also eager to hear about Mademoiselle Elizabeth and what became of young Florette. Ooh. The Vanderbosch boundary have held a place in my mind since our first meeting. I'm more interested to see what had changed since then. Oh, hello. Maybe this?
Another success.
Easy.
I never doubted myself.
Yeah, me neither. It appeared that the family financial situation is much the same as last time I saw them, and I confirm this. Hey, EDOG, welcome to the stream, welcome to the show, how are you? Hello, this game in Portuguese. I believe you can change the settings, or in the game in Portuguese. I might misread that, but you can, if you go to options, I believe you can change the dialogue to Portuguese. But that's probably back at the main menu. But welcome in, welcome. I'm AC. How are you?
Huh.
No worries, no worries, no worries. Hope you're well. What am I doing? Talk to Angeline. Talk to Gideon. Oh, he spoke to Gideon.
Mademoiselle Angeline, it is a pleasure to see you again.
Detective, how wonderful you are here. Your travel was not too arduous, I hope?
It was snowing. Is that what you mean?
Watching from my carriage window, I saw the beautiful countryside and rolling hills. It was anything but that.
Okay, just stop talking.
I'm truly thankful you could make it here at such late notice.
No thanks are required, mademoiselle. When one is requested personally, there is nothing more important.
It seems staff have always run off their feet today. Is it always like this? There's certainly some beautiful pieces of art here. We'll go that one.
Yes, Maman has quite a collection, although they are not all to my taste. Most, in fact.
I bet.
The painting of the saints, in particular, it is quite exquisite. Is it connected to the house in some way?
The one in the hall? If you look above your bedroom door, you will see one of their names. I believe they were originally carved to watch over the occupants.
Seems the staff will almost run off their feet today. They're always like this.
Gideon and I only wanted a small dinner to celebrate our engagement, but Maman was adamant on throwing this party. It may have been her idea, but it's the staff that have made it happen. Their efforts do not go unnoticed, from me at least. They have been with us for so long. I do my best to make sure they are happy and content.
Well, like last time, because they were really happy with my involvement. Yeah, they practically chucked me out the house. Mademoiselle had made a remarkable transformation from selfish spoiled brat to gracious young woman I see before me. Although I must solve this case alone, Mademoiselle in sight may be our great assistance throughout this investigation. Who is aware of the black metal letters and their content? Tell me what happened to young maid. Yeah, let's go that one. Well, tell me what happened to became a young maid servant Florette.
Oh, detective. I'm afraid I just don't know.
She was quite adamant at the police station that she would not be returning to the house, but I assumed she would at least collect her belongings.
Maman demanded that Elizabeth pack up everything she had and dispose of it.
Oh, that's horrible. As if the poor girl had already not as if the poor girl had not already lost enough.
But I couldn't let that happen. Elizabeth and I took her belongings, what little there was of them, to a friend of hers in the town that Elizabeth knew of. But not even she had heard from her.
Oh. Could Florette have returned to her
I
family?
wanted to contact her, but I had no address or telephone number.
Surely Madame must have had some information when she employed her.
You saw how Maman was. As soon as Florette was out of sight of the house, it was as though she had never been there at all. Elizabeth was most upset at the news Florette would not be returning.
And your mama's choice to ignore her accountability for the girl stopped you searching.
Please, detective, you cannot make me feel any worse than I already do. If I could go back and live that day again, you must believe me, I would never have done it.
Mademoiselle Angelina finally accepted responsibility and the remorse for her actions that day, and the consequences that followed. I am pleased to see maturity in her. That do not help young Florette, wherever she may be. Who would aware the blackmail letters and their
Only
content?
Maman, Elizabeth, my beloved Gideon, and you, of course.
And what is your fiancé's opinion of the letters?
He thinks me foolish for paying the first one if there is no secret to reveal. But
But you believe there may be a secret lurking, one that Maman is herself keeping hidden.
she tells me nothing. Even though I'm a grown woman on the verge of marriage, she still treats me like the child I once was.
Perhaps it is out of love that she protects you. It is in every mother's nature to protect their young from hurt.
The relationship between Madame and Mademoiselle is obviously far from perfect. She should treasure the time she had with Mademoiselle Angeline before she had wed and had flown the nest. Do you have any suspicions as to who may send the letters?
Not a single person. I don't know anyone that would stoop so low.
The guests that will be joining us tonight, they are ones you can trust?
I hope so, detective. Before the letters arrived, I would not have thought twice about it.
They are all close friends of yours, I assume.
Friends and colleagues, Gideon has spoken positively about them. It would be a rather underhanded tactic to do such a thing to someone you are doing business with.
Mademoiselle seems naive to the nature of the business and be ruthless and unapologetic. Perhaps I should not overlook them as suspect as quickly as Mademoiselle has.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Alright, they go talk to Gideon again.
Please, ask away, detective.
I'm aware finances can be a sensitive subject, but may I ask of your health situation?
As far as I'm aware, everything is in order. From what I understand, the late Viscount had made some questionable investments. But that is all in the past.
And regarding the payment of the blackmail,
Angeline does not have to worry about money anymore. I was born into some wealth, and I have earned my own fortune.
Thank you very much.
monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Right. Time to do some linking up. Alright. Here we go. So we got two things that need to be linked. But what need to be linked? Guest residing on the first floor. Angelina claimed the saints represent While some sword in the house. How many, I wonder? Alright, hang on, wait. Maybe I'll do this one first. Hey. Getting the finance in order. Elizabeth upset Flores was dismissed. Flores, so she buggered off.
Is there
Okay.
something I am not...
Never mind. Let's at this.
I cannot
No,
see
alright,
the
never
logic
mind.
in this.
Alright.
This will not get me any closer.
Right, this one. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let me go look around the rooms first. It might link up. I can hear music inside. Room must have a resident. Perhaps they ever have arrived before me. I want to look at the fucking thing. But okay. Hey, never mind. Okay, Angelina have matured.
I must take a different approach. This will not get me any closer to... Come, my little grey cells.
Oh, come on. Let's hit this one then.
Order and method.
Okay.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
It looked like the family have finally got back on track with their money problem. Great to hear. But then why would there be a...
I must take a different approach. I cannot see the logic.
I was just done. Okay, go on.
Is there something I am not...
Aha.
I don't need to venture the part of the house yet.
Oh.
Okay, that's going to be the same thing. But the music comes from that room. Something I've missed, maybe? Let me go back to the room. No, I can't go in there now. This is Jackie's room. No, it's not my room. I should really ask around before I just try any door in here. Okay, think. Okay. The two links somewhere.
I must
Nope.
act on thought and fact. order and method. That it... I must take a different...
Where's my room?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of
A
deduction.
jump popped in my head. It just 70 Saint. I should find need above the 7th order in the house. I wonder if it matches the number of expected guests. 7 prestigious saints. I could find it above the 7th order in the house. I wonder if this matches the number of guests.
Magnifique.
Would the philosopher room accounted for? Perhaps the mission door is hidden elsewhere. One door missing.
Come, my little grey cells.
Yeah, there gotta be a missing door then because I can't find my room. Where's my room? Okay, so we got that. So that links up with that. Okay, okay.
Is there something I... What a revelation!
Ah, there we go. I think Mademoiselle's secret may not have been the one this house is hiding. I hear Mademoiselle's secret may not... Would that be that? Maybe?
I cannot see the logic
Nope.
in this. I must act on... This will not get me...
That was just... Well, I thought it might have linked up.
Come, my little grey cells.
What can I help you with?
Where's my room? Where is my room?
Detective.
I shall take...
Where's my room?
Ah. Huh.
Okay, so there's another link up that I guess can do. Yeah, I got nothing. I got.
I must take a different...
We just got that, yeah.
order and method.
So what I gathered, either a straight line or okay. Hey, McDonald Chips, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. How are you doing? You are human. It's nice to hear you're human. I hope you are very well, and I hope you're getting well. Okay. Think. Oh, what else is good?
Is there something I cannot see the logic in... I must act on thought and...
Still feel sick. Wow, down so many sick emojis. Yeah. A lot of people get ill. Yeah. Yeah. It's I hope you're feeling, I hope you get well soon though. And like, you know, rest up and shit.
This will not get me... Order and method. That is the way to solve...
You don't want to say hi, better head up and get something. No way. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. I do very much appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you get the things you need to do done. And I hope you rest up and get well. But yeah, no, I appreciate popping in and all that.
I must take a different approach. I must act on thought and...
Yeah, I'm fucking...
Is there something I am not... This will not get me any...
Clearly right, though.
Come, my little Grace. I cannot see the logic in this.
At this point, I'm just guessing because that.
I must take a different...
Worth a shot. There gotta be something I missed then on that fucking floor, but what?
Ah.
Clicked on that already.
Huh.
Where is it?
Some would say...
Are you joking me?
I would say a moment of genius.
There must be the runes on tonight events. They must be locked for good reason. That was it.
Another success.
I doubt Madam Standard have dropped. The staff must be working hard to finalize the preparations. Oh, you're taking the piss. That is not a decent clue. Sorry. What is up with the deductions? Because that was not even... Oh, what, bloody obvious if the staff busy going in locked rooms in it. That was bloody obvious. I didn't need to deduct that.
Detective.
Would it not be easier to find the staff yourself instead of waiting for their return?
I'm a guest. I shouldn't have to go around chasing them.
Perhaps the party preparation is more of a priority.
Yeah.
It's not my fault they aren't ready. Why don't I wait here while you check in the butler's pantry in the east corridor? I think I saw a maid go in there earlier.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
He's sending me off on a wild goose chase. Butler's pantry. Oh, it's Lizzie! Elizabeth! The cook have obviously used them for quite some time, judging by their condition. Yeah, my home girl, Liz. How you doing? Give me a moment, I'll talk to you in a sec. I'm looking around. They're not seeing anything of interest in here.
Ah, Mademoiselle Elizabeth. What a pleasure to see you again.
Detective Poirot, I'm so glad you could make it.
Unfortunately, it is not purely for pleasure that I am here. Mademoiselle Angeline requires my attention professionally.
Yes, Angeline has told me. I'm glad she called upon you, Detective. I've been rather worried about her.
I will do everything I can to find the blackmailer and bring them to justice.
Yeah.
I have every faith in you.
I hope I am not interrupting you.
We are all very busy, as I'm sure you can imagine. After I'm done, I can come to your room and help you with any further
Yeah,
questions.
where is my room? I'm rather embarrassed to say. I'm trouble locating my
No
room.
one escorted you. I'm so sorry. Everyone is just so frantic at the moment. Madame has requested all staff prepare for this evening.
And you have been tasked with jobs in the pantry. Surely your talents could be used elsewhere.
Yeah.
I do as Madame asks. Well, as Archie asks.
Archie.
Monsieur Sterling. Yes, I met him when I arrived. A charming gentleman. He did give me some rather vague instructions to find my room, though.
I can only apologise on his behalf. He would be mortified. I'm afraid I cannot be of much more help, but I believe you are located next to Mr. De Silva. By all means, the house is yours to explore.
I suppose not take Mr. Sterling's lack of direction personally, consider the amount of work the staff have been tasked with. At least now I have permission to further roam the house. I'm glad to see Manuel Angeline. I saw them welcome because I arrived.
Yes. Guests are requested to sign the book when arriving. I believe it gives details to the guests' room locations.
It stated the male guests are to be staying in the east wing.
Yes, Madame does not believe in male and female guests residing beside one another.
I'm glad to see Mademoiselle Angeline had not allowed the blackmail to dampen her
Yes,
spirits
I'm afraid
today.
it may be all for show, though. She has not been herself, and it is not only I that have noticed.
Madame Vandenbosch. Surely it must have had some effect on her.
Madame has carried on as though nothing has happened. She has never been one to show emotion, and she doesn't seem to notice how it has affected Angeline. The staff, on the other hand... Angeline means no harm, but there have been some instances recently where she has acted rather sharply with them.
Ooh.
I hope not too sharply. A house of two Madame Vandenbosches would surely be too much for anyone.
I've been eagerly waiting to hear more about the Belgian Great Slug story.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm afraid it is far from a happy ending. Luke is sadly no longer with us.
Oh, what the fuck? He died.
Oh, mademoiselle, I was not aware.
It's fine, Detective, honestly. I'm sorry, but I really must finish this.
Bien sûr, mademoiselle.
A man that had a mind so brilliant and astute, I made each job to embarrass myself. Let it be reminded you one grace out before speaking.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Oh man, Luke died. Eek. Or did he die? Oh, hang on, he might not be dead. It might be a coup. Alright, we can look around the house now.
Before you leave, Detective, I have something for you beside the furnace here from Angeline. She wanted me to give it to you on your arrival.
Merci, mademoiselle.
What is it? The second letter acknowledges a payment from previous blackmail letter. Mademoiselle Vanderboss, you are wise to take me seriously. You have put my silence for a moment at least. Your family privacy obviously means a great deal to you if you're willing to pay to keep your secret hidden, and continue to pay you will. Would your mama be willing to part with her wealth? You will bring a second parcel with another 5,000 francs to the cobblers. I'm addressed to Monsieur Fontaine close to Friday on Friday. You've done your family a service by keeping this arrangement to yourself. I'm sure I do not have to tell you what will happen if the police are involved, and I hope it will not come to that. Oh, blackmail letter. I'm now able to read the letter that was sent to Mademoiselle Angeline. I'm sure there are a great deal to learn from them, and hopefully some clues to the author.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
That was fucking easy. I can't ignore the coincidence the same style of pen that wrote the letter in the presence in this house. And this is why you look for shit first. This is why. Oh, smart.
Of course, Detective. What is it?
I noticed a rather extravagant looking pen in the hall.
I would not say it in front of the Major, but it is rather hideous. It was a gift from him to Madame from his time overseas. I don't think it even has the capability of writing.
A pen that does not write is like a fish that cannot swim.
As Angeline describes it, a useless ornament. It's the thought that counts, I suppose.
Merci.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Alright, before we go talk to anyone, we're gonna have a fucking wander. Well, apparently not. I feel like wandering around the house first would be fucking a whole lot easier. Because we wander, find shit, then we can just talk and link and move. Let's have a look. You said I'm free to ride around the house. I bet it won't let me frame work. I know, will. Alright, let's have a look. What do we have around this house? Have a plant. Plant is striking for the colour. It really stored one attention in a positive way. Why is there luggage just outside? More luggage from Mr. E. De Silva, left untouched and right between the two facing rooms. I presume one of these rooms are mine. I would not consider any form of nature ugly, but I'm not sure how I feel about this plant. So I presume this is my room, but this is where I'm staying. Right. Because Elizabeth said I'm next to E. De Silva, so I'm presuming I'm there. Zachary Demir, I presume. Rather expensive luggage. Your room faces to the back garden. The plant is striking and full of colour. It really draws one attention in a positive way. Or another clock. The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece is such an art form. Alright. Now before I go talk to anyone, do I need to link anything up? Okay, no. Alright, I just need to talk to Angeline and Zachariah. Got it. Alright, let's roll. Case of the foot. We must solve it. You first.
Detective.
Mr. Sturden said my room was on the first floor.
Is that what he said? I can barely understand most of what he says with that accent.
I mean, to be fair, you are drunk, so I can understand Mr. Sturden perfectly. Yeah, Mr. Demure one more being rogue away from being unintelligible.
I find his accent rather pleasant, reassuring.
I guess. Not too helpful when it comes to finding your room, though. You'll probably be the lucky one that has that hideous plant outside the door.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
What can I help you with?
Elizabeth showed me the letter you received. One of them have already been paid.
I was right to pay it, yes? You have read them. What do you think?
You were wise to consult me, but bowing to their threat may have only shown that you are willing to pay for their silence. Is the secret they speak of worth so much?
I wish I could, but I have no idea. The letter was addressed to me, but I have nothing to hide. Maman took one look at it and disregarded the whole thing as someone's idea of a joke.
She looked at it. She is not aware of the second letter.
She doesn't know I paid the first. I thought I could make it all go away.
Did you ask Madame if there was a family secret they could be privy to?
She said I was to ignore the letters and stop wasting my time with such foolishness. If there was something, she wouldn't tell me anyway.
It appeared Mademoiselle believes her Madame attempt to brush away the serious nature of the letters. Much and little I can do. I asked how you came with such a large amount of money to pay the ransom.
I couldn't ask Maman for the money. She was angry that I had even considered paying it. Gideon offered to help.
Pardon, did he not think you foolish for paying?
He did, but he said he couldn't stand by and watch me in so much distress.
How honorable.
We are soon to be married, Detective. A loving partnership that faces their troubles together. They are his words.
I did not mean anything by it.
Oh,
Mademoiselle.
new conversation
You
unlocked.
have found yourself a husband that will stand by your side and do what must be done to protect you. I am most pleased for you.
I feel this secret got something to do with Florette because she just disappeared. And it just doesn't feel right. So I feel like we're going down that route. How has Mademoiselle Elizabeth been since the passing of her beloved Luke?
As you would expect, she has been in quite a state. It was such a terrible accident. She kept it to herself for almost a week before she even told me.
Pardon, how could you not know? Surely his absence from the house was noticed.
Maman fired him after he returned to the house. She said he could not be trusted.
But Mademoiselle Elizabeth's position was kept?
I begged Maman for them both, but she said if he was willing to go behind her back, what else could he do?
Falling in love is a far cry from committing even the smallest crime, n'est-ce pas?
For an unnecessary decision, Van der Bosch. You had no right to fire him and tear him away from his betrothed. I spoke with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, and I fear I may have upset her.
She has been a kind shoulder to lean on through all this mess, but it is her I worry about. She has been through so much.
I was not aware of what had happened, and by mentioning, I fear I may have only made it worse by dredging up the past.
Do not punish yourself, Detective. You are not to know. I don't think your honest mistake will make much difference to how she has been feeling recently.
Easier said than done. I've already seen a different Mademoiselle Elizabeth. She was once so exuberant, optimistic, seeing the positive in everything and everyone. But now I fear the loss of her love, the careless reminder of moi, may have dampened her outlook.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Yo, Gideon! Wait a minute. East. Gideon, we got to talk. Got to talk about some cash that you have given.
Please, ask away.
I've seen you heard about the consequences of my visit last time.
Angeline has spoken of it. You made quite the impression on her.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I feel responsible for what came from that day. Florette's dismissal and Luke's.
It is not your fault. Madame van den Bosch does not like it when her rules or authority are undermined. I tried to explain to Angeline the same, but her guilt has not left her.
When was I explain the payment to the blackmail letter?
I suppose you think I was unwise to pay it?
I am glad Mademoiselle requested my help before you fell further out of pocket.
Madame van den Bosch had no intentions of paying it, whether she believes there is a secret that could ruin the family or not.
It was an honorable move for you to make the payment. It was certainly no small fee.
Angeline is to be my wife, and then we shall be family. As far as I am concerned, my money is our money.
Good man, good man.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Alright. I can link some shit. I think. Can I link shit? I can link shit. Yeah.
Order and method.
Nope, that's not it. Maybe I need more. Maybe I need to inspect my room. Maybe that will help to solve the case. I'm the one with the ugly tree, apparently. So this one. It's maybe my room, but I look like I have a few things to settle first. What do you mean? What? Are you joking me?
Magnifique.
There will no doubt be concerned for not only Angeline, but also the position of the house. What an extent the knowledge of this matter. Oh, Jesus Christ, hang on.
This will not get me any close. Is there something? Come, my little I must act on thought and... I should not be surprised by my own...
It would truly tell that Luke passed away and to see how broken Elizabeth is.
I cannot see the logic in
Nope.
this.
What do you mean you can't do logic? You might have our staff. What do you mean?
I must take a different approach if I am... Order and method. Things are beginning to become clearer.
Losing a loved one and not having a close friend to talk to would be difficult with anyone. Boom.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Here we go again. Okay, it won't overlap. It'll be fucking something. Yeah, that was just dumb. That wasn't nowhere near. Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. You want to talk to anyone?
Is there something? Come, my little Grace. This will not get me. Order and method. I cannot see the logic. I must take a different approach if...
Let me upset. It gotta be fucking here. It gotta be one of these.
Come, my little Grace. This will not get me any... Is there something I am...
It gotta be something fucking do with Luke, surely.
I must act on...
Ain't nothing to do with Luke.
Some would say a lucky guess.
And Angeline's still trying to do good, even though dismissal were hardly her fault.
I must act on...
Oh, you can get fucked.
Things are beginning to...
It was either up or down. Mama Angeline said she never intended for Florette replied. I believe her. It's certainly not happy news I was expecting. Mama Elizabeth lost her beloved Luke, and young Florette, the maid servant, had not been seen even with Mademoiselle Angeline's efforts. At least it appeared the family had survived their financial difficulties. Have they though? Because they're the vase with a tag on. Come, my little Grace, let us solve this mystery. Mwah! The bedroom next to Monsieur de Silva. This must be my room. Mwah! My little grey sow, my little ginger sows are working. Finally, I need to stop doing the accent. Finally, I found my chamber. Although the journey held longer than expected, the destination really quite charming. I should have myself familiar and comfortable in my new surroundings. I wonder if I'll get a chance to catch up with my reading while I stay here. The accent's slipping. I'm slipping back into the accent near stop. The snow had limited the view of the window, but it's certainly beautiful on its own.
Oh.
We're on fire. Okay, yeah, we read that like 15 times. Oh. Even for a detective like myself, finding this room was quite an atrocious task. No, arduous task. The house may hold secrets that I have expected. Boom. There's a knock at the door. It's Elizabeth. May we? What did one such beautiful lady doing in my room on this fine evening? Mwah! Hello.
Elizabeth, thank you for coming. I shall not take up too much more of your precious time.
Not at all, Detective. I had best not be away for too long. Madame would not be pleased when there is so much work to do.
Well, mademoiselle, if anyone was to ask, I required your urgent attention with a delicate matter. That should be enough to give you a moment's peace.
Thank you, Detective.
Can I assume you are aware of the probable blackmail ring in the area?
I have heard whispers, but this town is full of busybodies. It's hard to know what is the truth and what is hot air from socialites trying to outdo one another.
I would not have thought you want to join in with such chatter.
I'm not, but it can be hard to ignore. I try to push any talk of it in the house. But it's easier said than done. When the staff are together, it seems to be a competition to see who can dream up the most scandalous rumour.
Ah.
You are a loyal maid and friend. Mademoiselle Angeline is fortunate to have you.
It baffles me why they would target her in the first place. She has such a kind and pure soul. That may not be what you remember of Mademoiselle, but she has grown into a kind-hearted young lady.
I was wary of that when I arrived, but I myself can see a change in her, a maturity. And if it is as kind and pure as you have stated, she should not be troubled by the letter.
Letters, Detective. I brought you the other.
What? Oh, I'm Vanderspots. You do not know me, but I know you and your family very well. For years you have stood high on your pedestal, attending parties, living the lifestyle of the upper class, a life that you were born into, all while hiding a solid secret that would tarnish the Vanderbosch name forever. Once a respected family of moral nobility, but now you rely on the rich and jewellery to show your worth, a worth that are not deserved. Even reside in a home that would attained under your lies, but not for long. For your secret to remain exactly, take a small brown parcel filled with 500 francs addressed to Monsieur Dumpoint, the Barbers and Son cobbler, before sundown on Friday. If you do what I request, this will be the last you hear from me. You will return to your life from stolen wealth and excess. Even if you refuse, be sure the Vanderbilt will be whispered lips of the years to come.
I have tried to tell her not to think any more on them.
Oh shit.
But she fears that even a fabricated story could ruin the family name. She even frets at what it may do to her engagement.
I have met Monsieur Demire, and I cannot see his love for Angeline diminishing at something so trivial. Merci for bringing this letter to me.
Mademoiselle Angeline worries so much about the family name, but Mademoiselle Elizabeth telling she has nothing to worry about, at least from her own perspective. But the secret does not directly concern Angeline at all, and she is merely an easy target.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Oh, no. Ah, there's another letter on the case. Oh, shit.
This will not get me any close.
They want the family to suffer. Out of the first letter.
Order and method. I must take a different approach. I cannot see the logic. Is there something?
Alright,
Come, my little grey cells.
Nope.
Grayson. Is there something I... This will not get me any closer to my goal. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
The staff member aware of the blackmail could possibly know the reason why. I appear the Vanderbosch secret may not be a secret at all. The house staff may know what the blackmail holding over the family. Boom!
Of course, Detective.
Do you know where Mademoiselle Angeline is now?
She will no doubt be with Master Gideon. The party was just beginning when I came upstairs.
That is my cue to make a grand entrance. Am I presentable enough for the creme of society?
Quite handsome, Detective.
Merci. If you catch me snoring, please poke me in the ribs.
I will use Madame's sharpest poker.
What's going on there? The fuck was that?
It sounds as though someone else may have already been poked.
Achievement! Ah, completed chapter 1. Chapter 2. Nice. Oh shit. The altercation. Felix and Gideon. They're all here now, kicking off. Yeah, you ginger prick.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would be so kind to return to the party.
With all this excitement out here,
I believe that is an end to the excitement, as you put it, Monsieur Demire.
Other job of detective resolve domestic arguments, but under the circumstances, but there's more to it. I shall speak to the major outside.
Oh, thank God. One last match.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hagen.
I wondered when you would be arriving. At least now you can do your job.
Pardon, Monsieur.
I have just been assaulted. I want him arrested.
I'm afraid it is not as simple as that. I merely witnessed you standing up from the ground.
Would you like to explain what happened?
This is ridiculous. You know very well what he did.
I know nothing.
Perhaps you could elaborate on what instigated the altercation.
I should have known you wouldn't make things easy.
Yeah, well, you were a bit of a prick to me last time, so I feel like I shouldn't make things easy. It is clear that Major is still outraged about what happened. I must learn to cause such escalation with physical violence. Push on whether Major instigated the altercation.
I have met Monsieur Demire. He does not seem one to physically assault someone unless provoked.
I hope you're not implying that I started it.
I am only stating what I have seen.
I was having a private conversation with Angeline when he interrupted and struck me. That is all there is to know.
If the Major is still the same man that I met all those years ago, I'm sure he remained defensive and blamed the altercation with far solely the Monsieur Demire. I thought the best approach would be to act as though I'm on the Major's side and crocks out the truth. Must have been a rather heated conversation for him to intervene. Your conversation with Mademoiselle Angeline would have utmost respect and politeness towards her.
I would not act any other way. Well, unless I am provoked.
You have grown rather close with the Vandenbosch family, it seems.
What has my relationship with the family got to do with anything? Why are you even here, officer?
Detective.
and I was invited by Mademoiselle Angeline personally.
Seems to be mistake after mistake with that girl.
Oh. Agreeable. Do you think she had made a mistake agreeing marrying Vandermeer? Must be a reason for animosity toward Mr. Now, we'll get that on.
Of course I do. What a stupid question. He is scum. Him and his whole family.
Oh, a bit harsh.
If I had my way, he wouldn't have even stepped foot in this house.
Do you think Monsieur Demir's actions were appropriate? There clearly some hostility between
You dumb as well.
Ah,
Why
shit.
would I be happy about being punched in such an underhanded way?
My apologies,
Apologies.
monsieur.
Shit.
Perhaps I had not worded my question appropriately. Do you feel that Monsieur Demir had reason enough in his eyes to act as he did?
To act as he did? He assaulted me! What planet are you living on? Useless, once again.
Ah,
I don't know
fuck.
why I should be surprised. Feel free to return to the party.
I hit A back then. I agreed my feeling toward Major May got better of me while hostile questioning. I had it and I just fucked it again.
I have met Monsieur Demir.
Okay, we're gonna do it again.
I hope you're not...
I am only stating what I have
I was having a private...
Alright. Yeah, we can skip all this shit.
The content of my conversation is...
Oh no, my bad. I fucked it again.
What is my relationship with the...
detective.
See? Of course I...
Oh, we're good.
Officer Poirot, are you going to do something about him?
There we go. We're back to it.
It is Detective Poirot. And if you refuse to answer my questions, I do not see how I can continue.
I just don't know what she sees in him. Angeline could do so much better.
Oh.
I don't think she realizes what she is getting herself into. I can't imagine her living a happy life with that rogue.
I see. Merci, monsieur, for your honest opinion, whether I agree or not. I shall leave you to your cigar and return to the party.
Achievement! Yeah. Not often such a violent altercation happens at a celebration such as this. I should investigate why it began. Party already filled more drama than most, and it barely begun. I will request you here to find a blackmailer. Perhaps the whole altercation connected somehow. Yo, Archie!
Monsieur Sterling, I trust the preparations are progressing since our last meeting.
Please, Detective. Archibald is fine. Everything is in order now. Are you ready to join the party?
You are head butler of this house. It is a position that warrants respect, and I shall continue to give it, Monsieur Sterling. And I must admit, it is the smell from the kitchen that has my attention more than the party itself.
Rehanna is quite the cook, but it will still be some time. Maybe you'd like to enjoy a drink while you wait. Some of the guests are already in the salon to your left. And the remaining guests are in the library on the first floor.
I will be sure to explore both. Merci.
Do this evening plans fall under any sort of schedule?
Dinner will be
Schedule.
but the rest of the evening is yours to enjoy.
You have all certainly been working hard, it seems.
Very hard. The lady of the house wanted everything a certain way, and that's how it was to be done.
You did not want to inject an altercation between Monsieur Demir and the Major?
It is my responsibility to look after the house and staff, not to resolve petty disputes.
I cannot imagine he will be in any mood to attend the party.
He often has a cigar to calm down, and if that doesn't relax him, that temperature outside surely will.
Got a point. Got a point.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Alright. So, we got a couple of places when you go to salon and library. Time to met, I met the fellow guests of the party. They were all connected to family in some respect, and although they were here to join the celebration, perhaps one of them more sinister than most two. Oh, hang on. Right, listen. Dining room. Okay. They're gonna get pissed. Alcohol. Yeah. Right, a substantial sized bottle of alcohol. Already half drunk. Wide, half empty bottle was sitting on the bar with no glass beside it. The chant played it very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment. News of the continued factory strike. Worker demand a fair treatment by Jacqueline Conrad. Why do I know that name? Born snowed lay beauty white blanket over the countryside that surrounded the house. Alright, let's speak to the drunk.
Monsieur Demir, we meet again.
What did I tell you? Call me Zach. You found your room all right then?
I did, and a charming room it is.
I don't know if I would call mine charming, but if I drink enough, it won't matter.
Oh. I must have tried to apologize for my rudeness before. I did not ask how you know the family.
That's okay. At least you actually care. Not like most of the others here. I'm the groom-to-be's older, more handsome brother.
Oh.
Ah, oui. I see the resemblance now. How wonderful that you can celebrate this occasion together.
I'll stop you there. The only wonderful thing about this celebration is the free food and drink.
You are not pleased for your brother.
Angeline seems nice enough, but marriage is not for me. What is there to gain from tying yourself to someone for the rest of your life? Besides the money.
What is it you do for work? It's seen everyone here some great financial standing.
Recently, not a great deal. Well, except for enjoying myself. I was once a field medic.
So you don't. Okay, I misjudged them.
Those days are over.
You're a helpful dick.
A noble occupation. Did you not want to make it your career?
It wasn't my decision to make. I certainly don't miss the battlefield. That's for sure.
I'm hesitant to ask, but how is your brother after the altercation with the Major?
I'm sure he's fine. You don't need to worry about him. Always the knight in shining armor.
But something must have been
Riding
said.
in to save the day.
Saving the day from who, exactly?
Well, if Gedeon is the knight in the fairy
Ooh.
tale, Felix is the dragon. Felix the Major. Ha! Always there, thinking he is better.
I agree.
Just because he was a major. We all know how he got there. In his mind, that puts him at the top of the chain.
It seems there's some hostility between Monsieur Demir and the Major, an animosity that does not come from one evening at a party.
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Oh, let go talk to the mum. Sup, bitch, I'm back.
Madame Vandenbosch, congratulations are in order on your daughter's engagement.
Remember me?
Thank you. And you are?
Ah, hell no. Is she disrespecting me like this? Are you disrespecting me? Are you disrespecting the Poirot?
Detective Poirot.
I'm sorry, the name eludes me.
A day at the Vanderbilt house had stayed with me. It had my eye doing just treatment on the working class, and a driven force to become the detective I am today. And yet I have barely been a second thought to her.
Once, Officer Poirot, I investigated your daughter's missing bracelet.
Oh, it's you. There is no missing jewelry here today, so we are really not in need of your services.
Excuse me?
I am here on a rather more pressing...
I know why you are here, officer. Detective, whatever you are now, please just get on with it.
Detective. And I promise not to keep you too long.
I understand the altercation began with the argument between the Major and Mademoiselle Angeline.
Angeline is her own woman now. She can fight her own battles. She does not need her husband to be stepping in.
And what battles would they be?
Nothing that concerns you, detective.
I'm not sure what I expected after Madame Vanderspot about private matters. The daughter invited me to find the blackmailer.
Keep your volume down. She had no right to do such a thing. As soon as the other ladies get wind that there was a police officer in-house, the whole town will know.
Perhaps you should be more focused on catching the blackmailer that is holding your family's name to ransom than what the chattering women of the town will say.
I care more about what those chattering women, as you so rudely describe them, have to say than the empty threat of an anonymous letter.
Your daughter does not agree. In fact, it has been suggested that one of tonight's guests may know more than they are willing to show.
The guests? You mean our friends? You can't honestly believe one of them would be so petty to send a letter like
Oh, I'm sick
that.
of this woman. I'm so done.
Officer, you have not changed.
I want to launch her out the window into the snow. I must thank for your hospitality tonight.
I suppose it is only polite to say you're welcome.
Here's my reply. That's hard. He gets on my
Madame is
wig.
as quick-witted as I remember.
What a shame there is nothing as memorable about you but your lack of respect.
What? I should have known getting into a verbal battle with Madame would not be easily won. But how did you tell me about the family secret, the one your daughter protecting?
What do you mean, protecting? She hasn't gone and paid that silly ransom, has she?
Oh shit.
It was Monsieur Demire that accepted the cost. He paid it because your daughter believes there may be something to hide.
For heaven's sake! Why do you think it was addressed to her and not I in the first place? Because they knew I would throw it in the rubbish where it belongs.
Madame, if there is something you are keeping, it would be wise to tell me now. It may help in identifying the culprit.
And it would be wise for you to stay out of my family's business. If I require your help, I shall ask for it. But don't hold your...
I really hope she get bumped off. I don't mean that in real life. I would help. I would help. He is wigging me out right now.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Real life, I would help. I would happily help because you know. But she is on my wig. Who are you?
Allow
Margot.
me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Detective Hercule Poirot? I heard we were being joined by one of the king's
See? This is
finest
respectful.
officers.
Oui, madame. I see my name precedes me.
Comtesse Margot de Vos. Charmed, I'm sure.
It is I who is charmed.
Handsome, well-mannered, and a man of the law. I did not expect such a fine caliber of gentleman at this party.
Comtesse, your compliments are enough to make a young detective blush.
Flattery. What is it that you do?
I fill my time mostly with charity work. The
Ah,
number of
Poirot
those
gonna get
fortunate
that.
only continues to grow.
This blackmailer isn't the only thing Poirot going to be detecting tonight. But
How very admirable.
One must remain humble.
and which side of the engagement brings you here?
I have been a close friend to the Van den Bosch family for, well, heaven knows how long.
You must have known the late Viscount then.
Indeed, we had been friends since our school days. His passing was very hard on both Cassandra and young Angeline. I became a sort of protector of them both after his death. A guardian angel, if you will.
I've learnt that friendship at these higher social circles can be nothing more than a facade to remain in that position. Perhaps the contest is vying for Madame van der Bosch's position. Quite shocked to see Major lying in the hall like that.
You will find Felix at the center of any trouble, especially when it concerns the ladies of the house.
I understand he has made himself quite at home here.
What an understatement. He thinks his friendship
friendship
entitles him to anything and everything in the house, including certain opinions of how young Angeline lives her life.
Ah, so they're banging. The Major in putting in the Major and Cassandra.
He does not approve of Monsieur Demir?
You'd have to ask him, or rather speak with Gideon's brother. He will have something to say about Felix, I am sure.
The content well versed in drawing one in with delicious bait and then leaving them biting for a line. Another conversation with Mr. Zachary is in order. What are your thoughts about Monsieur Demir?
A strapping young man. Angeline has found herself a good one. They certainly make a handsome couple.
Speaking with them both, it is plain to see, even to one that is unexperienced in such emotions, that there is a great deal of love between them.
When they are together, it is obvious for all to see, even at such a young age. But who are we to judge what the heart wants?
Okay. Oh, so
I look forward to our
the Major could be having a little hoo-ha with Cassandra. Alright, let's go talk to Zachariah again.
Fire away, detective.
I get the feeling you don't have much fondness of the Major.
The major pain in the ass. Why should I? It doesn't take a detective to work out the sort of man he really is. You must have seen it, right?
What? He'd patch annoying little knobhead? Yeah, no, I saw it.
I have my own history with the Major, but that is a story best not told.
I think it's a story best told now. It can't be any worse than what he did to us during the war.
You fought together in the war?
We were on opposing sides.
Oh. I stumbled upon a delicate subject, and maybe best to avoid it altogether.
The subject of war is a difficult topic for everyone. Perhaps it is best to discuss something else.
If you had seen what I have, what he has done, you wouldn't side with him.
I am taking no sides, monsieur. It is just not conversation fit for a party. Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Oh, the Major did something in war. Oh, hello. We've got
Let's make this quick, detective.
I understand the Major not fond of Angeline husband-to-be.
You can make whatever assumptions you wish.
Based on several accounts, it seems as though the Major has a certain level of disdain for him and his brother.
Felix is merely protecting both my daughter and the Van den Bosch name.
Protecting them from what exactly?
That is a question best asked to them.
You must be elated and knew the man without Angeline engagement.
Gideon is a fine, educated young man from a well-respected family.
Waiting for a butt.
All important when considering a new son-in-law.
A good home and education speaks volumes about a man. Even in the short time they have been engaged, his noble character is obvious. If you were an educated man, you would know that.
If she calls me uneducated again, I'm going to be wow pissed.
I can assure you, madame, my education is not one to be sneered at.
And yet you remain a mere detective. Perhaps it is your choices, then, that are to be questioned.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Okay, so I guess we're going to the library now. Unless you got anything to say? Nope. So this case is being more in tune. Off to the library I go. You got anything to say, Archie? Anything?
What can I do for you?
Nope. Alright, the library. Well, I want to presume it's over here. Oh no, the library over here.
I told you, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not a reporter.
But you're going to want to hear this. You could interview me now.
And why would I want to spend my evening doing that?
The world needs to know. You want to sell papers, I want the truth to be known. Win-win.
I came here to enjoy myself, not to hear a second-string version of...
I was there. I saw the whole thing, including who was ruining the show.
All right, I'll bite. Let's talk later.
Wow. Oh, hello. Oh.
Huh.
Like happy couple planning their honeymoon, but they're undecided destination. So many country and culture to experience. I hope one day to see them all with my own eyes.
Huh.
I could spend every waking moment reading about the adventures of character within these books. A roar on fire. Okay, you would that. If I love my own declare, I would surely take inspiration from them.
Aha.
A suspense and tension, two way author keep their reader hooked on the character stories. The falling snow laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounded the house. Cadence the Star is truly one of life's simple pleasures. Madame must have great interest in religious saints who have such material on them. Why is it blurry down this end? I like my eyesight about to fucking die. I've often found myself thinking of prosperous travelling, perhaps one day. They look quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further.
Oh.
Okay, that's the same. Like I said, always best to have a look around first before we carry on. It must be from the library. I wonder the story will match the excitement of the weekend. Alright, now let's talk to everyone. Oh, there was something else there.
Are you a guest of Mademoiselle Angeline or Monsieur Demir?
Do I know you?
Where are my manners? I am Hercule Poirot.
The lawman.
Oui, monsieur. Detective Poirot. And you are?
Ernesto da Silva.
A pleasure, monsieur.
Oh, what is it you do?
I'm a man of business.
I see. Is there a particular area of business that is your focus?
Overseas investments, international relations. I also own a number of factories in the city.
Man, a few words, it may become more like a drawing blood from a stone and a back and forth conversation.
Très bien. Monsieur has many talents.
Am I right thinking late Viscount would involved in such business affairs?
We work together as partners, yes.
You must know the Van den Bosch family well, then.
I help Madame Van den Bosch, if and when she needs me.
Oh, Monsieur referred to Madame Van der Bosch to Cassandra, or quickly retracting. Perhaps they're closer than he's willing today. You went into altercation between the Major and Monsieur Demir, oui?
I did. But frankly, I have no time for childish school fights.
You are not aware of the circumstances that started it, then?
I heard something about a cigar. Only Felix would be petty enough to get riled up by something so menial.
A cigar?
Yes, Monsieur Demir had one of Felix's precious cigars. If you ask me, they won't be the real thing anyway.
I would not expect two children to act that way, let alone two supposedly distinguished gentlemen.
Distinguished gentlemen? It was two alpha males going head to head. Master Gideon came out the victor.
Surely we have passed the days where shows of unnecessary brute strength impress anyone.
When it comes to the protection of a woman, we are far from it. Man will always return to their most primitive form.
Mademoiselle Angeline, the Major has no place to feel threatened. Monsieur Gédéon is to become her husband.
And he has spent the last however many years supporting them, as he calls it, clutching on to whatever he can.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
The happy couple enjoyment had someone in particular, has someone in a particular romantic mood. Enough mystery didn't help out even being distracted by a fictional one. Achievement! You examine all the book and libraries. Yeah.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. You're not from around here, are you?
I believe you might be Jacqueline Conrad.
My name is Hercule Poirot. I am a friend of Mademoiselle, soon to be Madame, Angeline.
I see.
Told you.
Jacqueline Conrad. No doubt you've heard the name before.
I've read it.
I am rather embarrassed to say I have not, Madame.
No need for the madame. I'm not married. Just call me Jackie.
Oui, Jackie.
How is it you have come to be a guest here tonight?
Here's the thing. I'm one of those people you want to know, and not be on the wrong side of.
Oh.
Perhaps it would be wise for me to remain on your good side.
It's the best place to be. You wouldn't believe what a couple of positive stories can do for a family name, or a career.
And that is what you have done for the Van den Bosch family?
A little help goes a long way, and from what I have seen, the ladies deserve some positive support.
You must have heard about the recent blackmailing and...
I heard, and it doesn't surprise me. There will always be someone trying to get something out of someone else. People are only out to help themselves.
That is a rather pessimistic way of thinking.
But it's the truth. And in my experience, more often than not, it's someone the victim knows, and knows pretty well.
You make me question those I consider friends.
And maybe you should. If you have something you don't want the world knowing, just keep it to yourself.
Ah. It may be the nature of her work, but she lacked a sense of compassion for those that may fall victim to such betrayal. When I entered, you were talking with the gentleman.
That's what we call eavesdropping.
Pardon. I didn't mean to pry.
And with respect, I don't think it's really any of your business.
That is certainly not what I expected, Mademoiselle Conrad. In a force of her own, I had to play my cards right for her.
I must take my leave. Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Hugo Beckers. A pleasure.
I hope I am not disturbing you. I often find myself at a loose end at parties such as these.
I've never been referred to as a loose end before, but it is always good to make a new acquaintance.
Perhaps we should start with the pleasantries.
There is no better way to understand one's purpose in life. I stand up for the workers that cannot do it themselves.
Good on you, mate. Good on you.
You work with a union?
Union leader, well, that is my formal title. But I see myself as more than just that. So much more. I am the face of the people. A voice in the void when there is none.
Very spirited. You have quite the way with words.
In my line of work, it is essential. Some fight with their fists.
So surely this is someone that
weapon.
Gideon is friends with, not the Van der Bosches. Because the Van der Bosch wouldn't be known to be with a guy like him. Is it the Demille Van der Bosch name that brings you here?
I have been working with Gideon for quite some time.
There we go.
We are doing great things together. Great things.
I was not aware he was part of the union.
Well, he's not exactly. But he is an ally in the battle we face. Without his support, our uphill struggle would surely be a climb. Hopefully my talks with De Silva will help him see the light.
I wouldn't upon your heated discussion, shall we say, with Mademoiselle Conrad earlier.
I don't know what you think you heard, but it was a private matter, and I appreciate if you kept it to yourself.
I can assure you, Monsieur Beckers, your conversation is exactly that. Yours.
Then maybe we should just leave it there.
There's something more to that conversation. If there's nothing to hide, why are both parties hesitant to elaborate? Perhaps now is not the time to press on it.
Merci. If I find myself at a loss again, I shall certainly return.
Okay, I am quickly gonna run an ad and go to the toilet. I'll be back in 1 minute 30. Obviously, you who are subbed, there will be no ad for you. If you aren't, then I hope you enjoyed the advert, and I will be right back. Oh, there we go. Right. So, what do we have? I've spoken to... Oh, Margot. I need to go back to Margot. It's like a sprint. I haven't seen though the Angeline. Oh, hello. Staff wrote this evening. 4 people were assigned. That enough staff to proceed with tonight's events. All day server: Archibald, Elizabeth, Inge, Rahana, kitchen. Breakfast, family, lunch, family, dinner, party. Service, breakfast, family, lunch. Housekeeping, morning hour, evening, turn down service. Oh, hello. The staff live and work in the south with the Vander's Bosch family. It would not be surprising for them to know more than family would expect or want. Ah, there we go. Locked. I would have thought such a tight schedule I'd find at least one member here. Yeah, that is odd. Where... Let me go upstairs quick. We're solving shit. What is it, John? I'm just going to check on the achievements. I haven't. Oh, 11 out of 46. Bad. Why the quartered block? Let's go talk to Margot. Margot, yeah, I think that's her name. Upstairs?
Ah.
Maybe best not to explore the full house when I should be sociable. Ah. Huh. Information regarding shelter for women coming from troubled homes in the background. I wasn't there before.
I am all yours, detective.
Oh, I'm sure you are, love. I'm sure you are. Monsieur de Silva claimed to help Madame Van der Spot when required.
He would say that. I mean, financially, yes. But what else does that man have to offer?
I cannot imagine Madame Van den Bosch would be one to request financial help.
After Edwin, the Viscount, died, the family was left in a rather unfavorable position. She wasn't requesting, chérie. She was begging.
Oh.
I see.
Let's just keep that between us. It's a rather sore subject for her.
You didn't take him up with the Countess reveal private matter for Madame business. I'm not so sure. Are we willing to divulge information to her? Did the woman shelter you work with?
Work with? I built it from the ground up, detective.
My admiration continues to grow.
Oh, I bet it does, Prior, my man. I bet it does.
While my husband, the Honorable Count de Vos, is always busy with his duties, I found myself at rather a loose end. I could not bear wasting my days with no purpose. And one day, while shopping in the city, I noticed the abundance of young women living and begging on the streets. Dirty and hungry, without a franc to their name.
It is horrifying to think of how so many must live their lives while others live a life of such selfish opulence.
I hope that was not a backhanded comment on the life I live, detective.
No, not at all. No.
Far from it, Countess. You are using your wealth to better the lives of the less fortunate. It is commendable work you do.
It is, isn't it?
The work the contest is doing, the work the contest is doing will go a long way to improve the lives of those who need it so badly. I wish there were more positions such as her who could see the divide in our society and use their wealth to bring in the plight to the end.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Tete-a-tete. Tete-a-tete.
Let's make this quick.
I'm passing and I noticed the butler pantry was locked.
Locked? That is absurd. They should be constantly coming back and forth from there if they are hiding from their work again. What is it you want in my staff area anyway?
I only mention it as I was hoping to speak to some staff members. But if they are busy...
Be a good fellow and make sure they aren't slacking off in there. It shan't take you long.
I may not have been the permission I was expecting, but I shall take it nonetheless. I shall try the pantry again.
An enchanting conversation.
Bitch. Mr. Sterling is talking on the phone, almost too loud to ignore.
Vanden Bosch residence, how may I help you? Yes, of course. Please hold for one moment. Sir? Yes, a call for you. Shall I direct it straight through to you in the study now? Very good, sir.
Yo, Archie, who's that on the phone?
What can I do for you?
Merci.
I know, man. Alright, there's someone's on the phone. But who? It's now open. Why was it locked then? Unlocked. They caught a staff member at the right time. Paper that ordered dismissal of a staff member for accessing room without permission. Curious. Dear Miss Allard, your petition you have made with the Vanderbilt resident is hereby officially terminated with immediate effect for the following reasons. Access to the forbidden area to the house. Refusal to make sincere apology. Emotional distress brought to the family. A reference shall be offered pending future employment. Sincerely, Madame Van Bosch. Another one fired. Van der Bosch. Oh, hello. Also showing 7 members of staff. A house would surely run like clockwork with so many. But yet there are only 4. You got Archie, you got Raina, you got Elizabeth. And then you got one more woman who I haven't met. I guess that's her.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, monsieur, you startled me.
It was not my intention, mademoiselle. I was hoping to talk with a member of the staff.
You are the detective?
I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only intend to take up a moment of your time.
Madame Van der Bosch will be very hungry if she knows I'm standing talking.
Allow me to worry about madame.
Forgive me, I did not get your name.
Inga Frank, detective.
From the Norse god of peace and fertility, A most beautiful name.
Merci. It was my grand-mère.
You've been working very hard this evening?
Oui, detective. Madame was very clear on what was to be prepared for today.
Well, everything looks exquisite, but if I may be blunt, would you not benefit from some more hands?
Monsieur Archie knows how busy we are, especially in the kitchen. I hate when I have to run service.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
Okay. They didn't explain why the door was locked. Oh, they gotta talk to Ernesto. To the library!
Is there something else you need?
You have done bidding for other guests at this party.
It seems someone has been asking around about me.
A little bit, yeah?
Only polite curiosity, I can assure you.
Well, you would be right. Although working with the Viscount caused me much less grief.
Grief, monsieur?
Let's just say we didn't always see eye to eye. And if neither side is prepared to back down, there is a problem.
There's obviously more to learn about going on between Monsieur Da Silva and Major. And the Major, it certainly does not sound like a positive business
Merci
relationship.
for your time. It has been most intriguing.
Okay, I guess I gotta put some shit together now. Here we go. Alright.
Magnifique.
Would the Major really start a physical fight over Gideon stealing a cigarette?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
I wouldn't say it to his face, but I don't think the Major placed to cast judgment on Gideon. I guess if I talk to Zachariah, it might pop up. Oh, Jesus Christ, we've got 4 here. Hang on. Fuck.
What a revelation.
I should revisit the argument. Something does not feel right about their joint secrecy.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally...
I could not even fathom drinking that much alcohol, especially in one evening. Oh, and they talked to Zachariah again.
I must
I know,
act on
okay.
the thought.
May have been around,
I must take a different approach.
no. Man, Zachariah coming up a lot. You gotta talk to him a bit. Alright, what else we got? We've got no links there. Got any links here? We do.
see the logic in this. Order and method.
Okay.
That is...
Oh yeah, there we go. That's it.
Another success.
The rotor and the photo. It appeared there are a number of staff missing based on the photo and rotor. Why could this be?
Order and method.
Okay.
I must take a different approach. I must act on...
Okay, you gotta be fucking that then, surely.
Magnifique.
Achievement! Yeah. It appeared the mission staff were in fact relieved of their duty. Could there be another reason for letting them go? Oh, shit. We gotta talk to... Wow, loads of people now. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. Echo, Zachariah, then in Cassandra Archibald. Oh, the questions are coming up. Saying out, talking to people, it helps. It does help. We're getting further now. We'll go talk to Winch first. Then Archibald, then Cassandra.
Oui, detective.
Madame Rishi fired some member of the staff though.
That is not for me to talk about, detective. If Monsieur Archie found out I had said anything out of turn...
I am not asking you to betray your fellow staff or the family. What is said between us remains that way, mademoiselle.
It's only whispers, but the last servant was caught in areas of the house they shouldn't be. Apparently, they saw something they shouldn't have. Please, detective, if Monsieur Archibald found out I was talking like this with a guest...
My lips are sealed, mademoiselle.
Ooh.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
Oh, that secret part of the house. Oh. Shit's kicking off. And we need to go talk to Zachariah twice. We need a piss head.
What can I do for you?
May I be bold to ask you about the staff at the house?
What have they done? If I have to...
No, monsieur. There is not a complaint to be made. It is more the recent layoffs and extra work pressure you all seem to be under I am inquiring about.
We've had to let some of them go. Let's just say their standards didn't live up to what was expected.
Not exactly what the termination paper stated.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Alright, now we go talk to Cassandra and then Zachariah. Oh.
Let's make this...
Oh, shut up, you. I'd hoping to explore the house.
The public rooms are not adequate space for you to celebrate my daughter's engagement.
Oh, God.
Madame, I asked only the limits, as I understand a member of the staff was let go for a similar reason.
It would benefit you not to listen to whispers and rumors, officer. They did not produce a satisfactory standard of work. There is nothing more to say.
It is detective, madame. And it is just that the termination papers detail the matter and proceed to...
Need I remind you again whose house you reside in?
Ooh, I'm so sorry. Ooh.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Newty cow.
Fire away, detective.
Alright, how pissed are you? That's my first question. I don't mean to dampen the celebration, but would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?
I have a drink, but thanks anyway.
I just would not like to see things get out of hand.
Don't you worry about me. I've got it covered.
I'm going to tell me he's actually drinking here, not in celebration of his free engagement. A recollection of war make me think it may be something more serious. It's a shame things escalated so much over a cigar.
Gideon said they were the majors, but I didn't think he would miss just one.
Ah, it was you that took the cigar.
Me? Okay, detective, you twisted my arm. It was me. But I didn't even get a chance to smoke it. Gideon snatched it out of my hand. I'm sure he could afford to replace it.
And the major saw Mr. Gideon holding the cigar, assuming he had taken it. It's all a misunderstanding. So why the following altercation?
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Do I talk to you again? No. Do I go talk to the major? Nope. Alright, link up the altercation. Where's the brick?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
There's only so much help you can receive before you're simply relying on someone. But what do the family still need assistance with? I must be close to family. Knowing...
Come, my little grey cells. Is there something...
Oh, here we go. This is where I get 15 wrong this time. Oh, hang on.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Maybe doing one or the other to help pop up something. Okay, second round the altercation. Well, it would be exactly right, wouldn't it?
I cannot see the logic in...
Zachariah claims Gideon left from all the family fortune. I wonder if he knows the past. Hasty arranged marriage.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Well, sure, Gideon could be married into the family purely for financial gain.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
If the family were being more cautious with their money, maybe staff would let go for that reason. Okay.
What a revelation!
The paperwork conflict with Archibald's account. Only one can be telling the true story.
Is there
Never mind, that was stupid.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
There's no doubt there must be a family secret. Can a forbidden house area hold answers? There's something that does not feel right about the staff's dismissal. Contradicting story of why only make me question the fertility further. Boom. The altercation. No. But this. A 2 here. I need to find them.
must take a different
Nope.
approach. The pieces of the puzzle
There we go.
are finally.
It appeared for a moment at least the family had organised their financial situation. But now we go talk to Cassandra. Aye, Snooty Cow, why are you still poor?
Let's make this quick, detective.
You did not seem surprised at Monsieur Demir's payment of the blackmail.
Why would I? He is to be Angeline's new husband and my new son-in-law. If he is taking that position seriously, he will do what he must to keep his new family happy.
And to you that means paying ransom money?
It means doing what he must to protect his wife and his family name.
That nothing to do with your own financial standing? I understand Monsieur De Silva have been of help.
I see you have still not learned any sense of tact or subtlety.
You're welcome.
I see no reason to beat around the bush, madame.
Until you are pricked by a thorn.
Oh, I'm being pricked by a thorn right now.
And until that day, I shall continue with the method that best serves me. Now, Monsieur De Silva.
Yes, he has provided some financial support when it has been required. I assume that was the answer you were looking for.
Merci. And it...
Okay. So, you've been needing financial money. Okay.
I must act on thought. Come, my little Grace Alice. This will not get me any closer. Order and method.
Wait, never mind.
I cannot see the logic in this. This will not get me any order and method.
Right.
That is the... Is there something...
I can this right up. Okay. Ah, maybe this. Nope.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Netto.
I must take a different approach.
I'm gonna have to look for the answer. Just this once. The altercation. Mind map. I want to know what I'm missing. What? Oh wait. Oh no, that not. Oh no, wait, that's not in the right fucking thing. Meet the other guests and uncover the connection. Thank you. I'm missing. How am I linked up? There's a link. There's a link. Alright. Maybe there's someone I need to talk to.
I am all yours, detective.
Hey, Donkey, welcome to the stream, welcome to the show. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How are you?
Right away, detective.
What can I do for you?
Merci.
Yeah, sometimes the recent chat can come up. Other like I heard it can be a thing, but other times it's just not there. But welcome on in. Hope you're well. Good, good, good. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm doing very well also, thank you.
Detective,
I'm doing good. Just trying to solve this case. Alright, it gotta be something I'm missing. Let me look at this shit again. Alright, bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. I spotted it before I spotted it.
Magnifique.
It's clear the major close to the family and have some connection to both Cassandra and Angeline. There we go. I spotted the connection before I spotted it on there. Yo, Archie! Yo, give me that. Give me the answers.
What can I do for you?
The major made himself quite at home recently.
Yes, he has been
What,
here
here?
for some time now. Lady Van den Bosch has been very good to let him stay so long.
Yeah, but wonder why.
Would you say he has become part of the family?
He's always been very vocal about how he stands the ladies in high regards, and so he should.
Ah, the ladies.
You have been most helpful.
The ladies. Oh, so maybe he was trying to bang the mother and get the daughter. That's a good theory. Oh, I wish I could run, but I know Poirot don't run.
I am all yours, detective.
No, I'm sure you are. You mentioned Madame friendship with the Major.
You are quite inquisitive, aren't you?
I believe it is called small talk.
How's college been? Like, if you there today. Am I late? What do you mean, am I late? No? You're not late? I mean, you're here earlier, but you're not late. How are you? Welcome back also, Max.
There is small talk, and there is prying.
I assure you that is not my intention.
Monsieur, please. I know a nosy gossip hound when I see one. We can smell our own. The Major isn't worth a minute of your time, though.
I was speaking to Donkey. Alright, so Donkey's here, so I was speaking to Donkey. And now you're back, I'm speaking to you. And now you're both here. And now I'm streaming. So yeah.
You are not a fan of his.
I'd hit him with my fan, monsieur. Any man that can treat a lady the way he does doesn't deserve to be in his position.
And what position is that, may I ask?
Also, Max, type in watch time. Type it in. Boom! I did it!
Lording over Cassandra like she's the help. He shouts at her like she's a stray cat that's wandered into the house.
I did the thing. I did it. I did it. I did. Twitch said otherwise. Yeah, well, you know what Twitch like. What did Twitch say? And it's something I never thought I would hear. Madame was ready to physically escort me out the house when I arrived to investigate Madame's missing bracelet, and yet she allowed the Major to get away with murder. There must have been a reason why she would be so accepting of such behaviour.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Murder! There's been a murder! If your mum isn't rich, cold one. Twitch said 314. Oh, I don't know. Give or take a few hours. Oh my god, Matt is getting a PC for his birthday. Oh my god.
Some would say a lucky guess.
I can't doubt Margot's dislike for the Major come from a genuine place or mis jealousy.
I must act on thought.
Oh, nice. Matt's getting a PC. Yeah. Woo.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
The Major may feel that associating with the Demir family may lower the Vanderbosch name. I wonder their limit of negativity.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
It is clear that Major did not see Demir brother in a good light. What does his thought towards them have to go with the coupled relationship?
Another success.
I'm on a roll now. The Major clearly don't want the wedding to go ahead. Monsieur Gideon's reason for punching the Major were perhaps valid after learning the reason he is against the wedding. Boom! Alright, now just this one. Alright.
Come, my little Graycell.
Yeah, of course, Major. Yes.
What a revelation.
I revealed the revelation. I believe I've spoken to everyone, and they have told me everything they wish to.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
No shit, neither did I. The chant the Major involved in the blackmail somehow. What the extent of Felix's possible involvement? I thought only Madame Vanderbosch that would be so concerned with her appearance to others, but the Major was of similar mindset. Although, I'm still not sure how he fits into the family dynamic. Boom! Chaka boom! Oh, but now what? Ah, then gotta speak to Archie, my boy. Mr. Archie Archison. Your ordinary streamer, every other streamer. Aye! Aye, well, yeah, fuck you. Nah, fuck you. Nah, fuck you. Nah, you know what? I quit. I'm done. I'm going to bed. Night. Ah.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I'm back.
What can I do for you?
You found my weakness. You found my kryptonite. The smell from the kitchen becoming almost too much to bear.
Ah, perfect timing. I was about to
I
ask
know you were joking. It's fine.
to the dining room.
I don't give a fuck. I don't take offense.
Très bien.
Achievement. Well, maybe one day. I might take a delay off that one day, and then we can just have it all day. Just me doing that 444 times.
I'm sure we will decide on some.
Oh, this is the cutscene shit.
Perhaps where we are both yet to have visited.
It was my crowning achievement.
I am not so sure you workers would agree.
Are you sure? I've definitely seen your face somewhere before.
I do not believe there is another that resembles these features, or brains, at least.
I've always liked the idea of sailing the West Indies.
In that heat? With your complexion?
Okay, but you lived in the capital at one time.
Oui, mademoiselle. I spent much of my working life there.
Maybe sleeping off half a bottle of whiskey.
Let us not be so blasé with our opinions, brother.
If you ask me.
I don't believe anyone did.
Oh, it's a cool dinner party.
You're that officer! The shootout on the rooftop! Your face was all over our front page!
It seems it is not only I that possesses great skills of deduction. You...
Please, come quick! The Major has been murdered in his study!
Oh. There's been a murder!
Monsieur et Madame, I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian Police Force. I ask that you all remain calm and in your seats. I shall begin my investigation immediately. Monsieur Sterling, please, lead the way.
Finally, there have been a murder! Mwah! There has been a killing in the house! Oh, oui, 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 oui! Oui, oui! This is what I've been waiting for over 2 parts. A notable, almost sinister seal can be found upon entering.
This is Mr. Hagen's study, Detective. Would you like me to stay?
Correction. This was Mr. Hagen's study, because my man dead now.
I understand if you are not comfortable with such a scene.
Windows open.
Don't you worry, Detective. I've seen much worse in my years.
I am thankful to have
What?
someone of your resilience.
I'm not going to
by
insult
my side.
Archie. Yeah, Max, when your birthday? Unless Max doesn't know. Max don't know his own
I
birthday.
just can't believe someone could have killed him in cold blood. Is that what you think happened?
I admire your faith in your
Ha!
fellow man.
That's
But
funny.
you will be surprised
Because
what someone will do when they feel there is
he
no
been
way.
murdered and there's snow. And he been murdered in cold blood. Oh, I love the comedic reference. Aha. Did any members of staff have access to this office?
Mr. Hagen does not allow any staff into the study. And they were all present in the staff quarters. They were part of the dinner service.
Correction. Mr. Hagen did not allow any staff. Did not allow. Man dead now. Past tense.
Everyone was accounted for?
Everyone. It is my business to know all my staff's whereabouts.
Tell me about the phone call Major received earlier.
Phone call? Yeah. It was one of his business associates.
Do you know what associate?
He didn't say. I think he was French. The accent still confuses me sometimes.
And did the Major sound any different to you? Panicked, anxious, anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I noticed. I think he was embarrassed about ending up on the floor after Master Gideon's one punch. I would be.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Oh shit, 2nd of February. Yeah, you're right. That isn't long. That's so close. I'm sure they wouldn't be that mean, would they? To trick you like that? I guess I gotta check the body first before I can check anything else. Fair enough. Ha! He had been stabbed. Single stab wound. I would say this be a number, a puncture wound in a copper come here with attention to murder. Even beaten. A result of the conversation with Monsieur Demir. Although only one punch was thrown, there is substantial bruising to his face. I must use my deductive skill and experience here. Beside the stab wound, there is little to go on from the body. Ooh, my map. I brought here the final blackmailer, but discovering the truth behind the major death must take precedence. Ah, there been a murder. Oh no. Alright, damp floor. What could have caused such a large damp patch on the floor? Someone pissed himself. A bucket. What to have a bucket this size, such a small amount of water? The snow continued to bellow in. Why the window had been left open, I cannot fathom. It does not look as though anything is obviously missing from it. A note is stuffed down the side of the seat. You don't know me, but I know you and your past very well. Yet have passed from your actions, remained hidden from the world. Action that would shame the most evilest of men. The detail so heinous to include them would surely bring a tear to my eye. Now it's time for the truth to be revealed to all. While not one man is to blame for the final outcome, it was you who brought about the final piece to the puzzle. The one that no one else would. It's you, Mr. Main, the free man, fed a brown paper parcel of the 500 francs addressed to Monsieur Dupont of the barber and son the cobbler before clubbing Wednesday. While there is time to consider your next move, I would not ponder on it for too long. When the world knows your crime, they will surely not ponder along and punish. So he'll be blackmailed also. A double blackmailer. Another blackmail letter written in a similar manner to the one addressed to Mademoiselle Angeline. Could the major be hiding the secret of his own? Or had he the fact the author of the letters? Oh shit, son. This it's quite severe. It's such a shame to see such a beautiful made carpet ruined. Brian that had been less visible. Surely it would be a quick and easy fix. Bullets. A bulky safe made with security in mind. It locked tight, but a box of valuables sit on top.
Anything I can do?
Okay, here we go.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
There's obviously an item of value not been taken. Why would a killer not take a reward? Because it wasn't. I can doubt that shit.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Someone had knocked over the bucket and then re-resisted it. Someone beside the major. Surely he that.
This will not get me any closer. Some would say a lucky guess.
If someone had gone to the length of scaling the wall, they surely would take the valuables. It didn't. This ain't no simple burglary.
Is there
okay, that one there.
I
Now also not right. Okay. Heavy snow entered the room. Open the window. Fill in the room. He might have been hit with the bucket.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Do that now, don't I? Okay, no, I'm being stupid again. I'm being stupid. Hang on. Second floor window. Overturned bucket. Simple, not burglary. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I can have opened the window and not the intruder point of entry. It left me not to check the door first upon my arrival. They go check the door. Door showed no sign of forced entry, tampering. Could they just knock and be allowed to enter? And that might pop up something now. There we go.
Come, my little
Okay, well, okay, that's fucking apparently wrong. Okay, so there's got to be something else in this room that I'm missing. Archie, you got anything for me? Nope. What if I go outside? Nope. Okay, there's got to be something I'm missing. Something I haven't seen. Okay, no, okay. Bucket overturned. Ah!
I should not be surprised by my own skills of
Or
deduction.
Nagy. There's a sign that something occurred in the study between the major and unknown fugitive. Evidence of fight.
Order and method.
Okay, never mind.
What a revelation.
Evidence showed that the fight of assault broke out some time after the killer entered the room, unobstructed. Yeah. The door from the bedroom to the study was how the perpetrator entered the room. But what I still do not know is where they were invited in, or did they slip in unknown? Oh, I'm so good.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
What, double the murder? Well, if we might get a second murder, who knows? I'm hoping. Had anyone else entered the room this evening?
Rihanna brought him some ice for his cheek earlier.
And when was that?
When he returned from his cigar outside, he asked for something to be brought upstairs to ease the swelling of his face. He would normally smoke only in here. Lady Vandenbosch doesn't like the smell of his cigars in the public rooms.
Surely we shut that window, right? Just saying. Madame continued to rule her home how she fits. Madame continued to rule her home how she sees fit. It is her prerogative.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Alright, what chapter am I on, by the way? We just done chapter 2. If I can get to 4 or 5 tonight, I'll be happy, depending on the time. Now I know that the major was not alone. It's time to search the study further and hope to find the clue as to who was with him. The scene of the crime been investigated, but it does not show a straightforward series of events. The circumstances around the major's cigar had one of such avenues that required further explanation. What's this? A scruffy looking jacket hanging upon the coat rack. The major's scabbard in his pockets. Ashtray. A really full ashtray. Would expect him to at least clean it out. Towel. A discarded towel folded and unused. Matchbox. No matches remain. Desk. Or a desk containing what looks like important documents. So he can organise a desk, but he leaves an ashtray dirty. I read that. Yeah, shut up. Normal looking poker stand. Nothing appears out of the ordinary.
Oh.
It's incredibly dirty. The logs are old and covered in dust. Whoa. We got 4. Hold up. Alright. What's this? The ring and dust more log, maybe? I would have expected the maid to keep it belonging in much tidier fashion. I said that. Nah. God, what? Smart. So he would.
This will not get
Nope.
me any club. I must act.
Dumbass.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of the.
The maid was smoking recently, unsurprisingly, and drops his cigar. What could have lit the cigar? Exactly. It's empty. What could he use to light the cigar?
What a revelation!
The major knife is missing, and his body lied with stab wound. It could very well be the murder weapon. What's this? Okay, so that.
I must take a different approach.
And let me talk to Archie, see what I can get from it. Archie!
Anything I can do.
Well, how's such a high standard? There's no lack of care taken in here.
As I said, Mr. Hagen did not allow the staff in here alone. Besides me.
Why don't you clean it then?
Clear on that.
Have the staff ever given him reason to not trust them?
Nothing has ever been brought to my attention, but he was very clear no one was to be in here without his permission.
I suppose it is not unreasonable. I would have thought with his military past he would have kept it immaculate with not a speck of dust or hair out of place. But the fireplace, for instance, says otherwise.
I haven't seen it lit since he has been with us, even in the colder months. It's been in this state for some time.
Ooh.
Your help and discretion in...
Yeah, Archie. Appreciate it. They've been unused. Why would you not use it?
Some would say a lucky guess.
There's no item that could start a fire or light a cigar.
The pieces of the puzzle are
So he must have been talking to someone that also smokes. There may no mean to light cigars. Someone must have lit it for him. Someone he trusted, but who?
Magnifique.
Someone lit his cigar for him, attacked him when he least expected it. But who could have been so ruthless?
Order and method.
Nope. What am I missing?
Is there something?
Maybe.
Come, my little Grace. I cannot see the logic in this.
I'm missing something. One clue. No fire source. That's empty. That's that. You gotta be this area. Clean. I know the.
I must take a different. I cannot see the logic.
Worry. Oh, okay. So I've got that. Bucket would overturn, but that's it by itself. I thought it would have been a purple bruise on his face. Hit him with it and stab him. Please. I'm tired. What did it say? Point to not look sharp to tear paper, let alone punch the skin. Alright, so not that. Not that. Yeah, I said it wasn't that before I fucking touched it.
Another success.
Achievement! Yeah. The crime scene had been tampered with. The killer clearly had enough time to cover their track.
Things are beginning to become.
There can't be no way to rule out the poker being the murder weapon. Okay. The other link then. Is it that?
Come, my little
nope.
Grace.
Oh, we're getting closer.
This will not get me in. I must act on. Is there something I. I must take a different. Order and method.
Maybe that single stab wound.
I cannot
Yeah,
see that.
it's not gonna. Why would it cross? It gotta be something that doesn't cross.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
I must act on...
I think it was compromised, but yeah, the thing was tampered with it. They couldn't.
Magnifique.
They lit the major cigar following a brutal attack and murder, took the time to clean the scene. They were not in a hurry and could still be in the house. How could they remain so calm? The murder weapon remained a mystery. The killer, whose identity still be uncovered, must still reside in this house. Ah, oui. Ah. Are you gonna solve this murder? Come, my little creator, let's solve this mystery. I'm not expecting to have a murder, I'm not expecting to have a murder case on my hand when I arrived, but this will be merely another test for the great Detective Poirot. Cool. Murder shit. Good to Archie.
Anything I can do to help?
I believe I collected all the necessary information and evidence. I would now like the inspector in joining bedroom.
As you wish.
So we can fuck. It clear reading to enter the major study was not to make haste with his valuables, but I must understand if the intent of murder was there. The study had manipulated following major death, meaning they had time to return to the scene. I have attempted to cover their tracks. The perpetrator entered through the bedroom. Perhaps there was something they failed to clean up behind them. That can make sense of it all. So I real trouble reading then. I shall review the clues, what clues in the study yielded before I continue. Oh, another mind map. If Claire still resides in his house, I must approach everyone with not only caution but suspicion. Oh. We might question everyone. Another letter addressed to the Major. It appears he had someone looking out for a business concern with the workers' strike. Felix, I understand the number of business concern for you in the situation that had arisen with the factories, but I offered a piece of advice. Step back. Monsieur Becker's effort with the union have finally opened the workers' eyes, and they seek, nay, demand the fair treatment they deserve for so long. The fuel of the fire have already been laid, and the match is ready to be struck. You do not want to be near their flame when they ignite. I know you were once good, honourable man. I pray that is still true today. I'm going to review the information I gather from each guest today. There may be something I will help reveal the identity of the letter's author. Oh shit. It's all kicking off.
Oh.
Land didn't rely on each other to survive. Something with the species could take a lesson from. The fallen snow had laid beautifully white blanket over the countryside that has surrounded this house. You see Madame Van der Boss' heart is a trophy worth fighting over. Major Hagen, I hope you excuse my bluntness and plain speaking, but there's a matter regarding Madame Van der Boss that required not only our attention, but a level of understanding and respect between us both. I am fully aware of the help that you offered not only to Madame, but her family and household. I am also aware that you know of the assistance I have given to Madame and the Viscount before her. We were friends and business partners, and I felt it my duty to continue to give her aid and keep Van der Bosch's name the standing it always been. Having said that, it's not always as simple to keep business and personal matters separate, and this is how I find myself today. Cassandra and I share a bond that one does not experience often in a lifetime. No doubt you have felt similar, but what may be lost in the one man is a love to another. While I respect you and your efforts in the war, and the generosity you have shown Madame, I must request you step back from you consider to be your duty at the house, and allow Madame to make her choice. The choice that I believe obvious to all parties. I trust the correspondent remains your eyes only, and gentleman agreement enough to guarantee our arrangement. Well, we know who sent that. Or bold moody challenging the Major, and they have, especially in the position of the house. That would Ernesto. Cool, we know that firearms.
Aha.
Could be a weapon that brought down one impressive animal that now fills the walls. Did we link that up to Ernesto? I am not sure how I fare coming face to face with such beasts. A rather threatening letter had been penned, addressed to Major F. Hagen. Dear Major F. Hagen, I did not think I would ever find myself writing a letter such as this, but under the current circumstances, I see no other option. Madame Van der Bosch and I have been friends for more years than I care to say. This is why I can no longer sit back and allow you bullying to continue. I am well aware of your companionship you had offered to my good friend over the years. It had been most generous, and without it, I think not what would happen to her. But that does not give you the opportunity to act in such a foul and boorish manner. The day of Viscount passed, I promised that I would protect both Cassandra and Angeline, and this is the promise I will keep. You were once a major in the British Armed Forces, but your actions have mirrored of drunken fools who have no place in our society, let alone Madame's house. Please do not bother yourself with a response. There is no question that requires an answer. Only hope that you can see your error and adjust them accordingly. An author speaks of bullying, and also knows specifically noted any form of treatment towards women is not acceptable. So that on Margot. Alright, I'm quickly going to run now and pop to the loo. So if you give me 1 minute 30, I'll be right back and we'll continue this murder case. Be right back. Madonna. Dame yo, dame yo. Tuki ba. Yeah. Tuki. Yeah. Dome. Do.
Dame yo, dame yo. Anta ga suki de suki sugite. Dore dake tsuyoi o sake demo yugamanai omoide ga baka mitai.
Thank you very much for the hydrate. Woo! Alright, where was I? I wonder how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of the globe. A plant. Looked at the window, yep. Alright, we're good to go. Let's solve this crime. Alright. Oh, we know who fucking did this shit.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of the...
There's something between Anessa and Madame. If there is something between Anessa and Madame Van der Bosch, Archibald will surely know of it.
Come, my little...
Ooh. Okay.
The pieces of the puzzle are final.
Margot will quick to speak of protection over Cassandra. She must take this role very seriously.
Is there something I am not seeing? What a revelation!
The only other Union support I know that is passionate enough to write such a letter is Monsieur Gideon. Wow.
What do you need?
What do you know a major relationship with the guests?
The male guests, I believe, he knows in a business capacity. But I'm afraid that's all I know. I will add, though, he has not always been the easiest man to get along with.
No shit.
You are talking from personal experience of working for him.
I am head butler to the Van den Bosch family in their home. He has made himself comfortable, but to me he still remained a guest.
Oh, now you correct yourself. Oh, okay, cool. Do you know much about the Major time in the army?
There's not much I couldn't tell you. As soon as he found out my father was in the army, his stories never
Oh, your father.
I am sure an officer of his rank must have many a tale.
A tale is a fitting description. Not so much a pinch of salt, more like a bag is needed listening to them.
What can you tell me about the Monsieur de Silva, the Major, and Madame van der Bosch?
You've lost me, detective.
I struggle to believe they were both helping her out of the kindness of their hearts. Could they have been fighting for the Madame's affection?
Hang on. Oh, I'm suspected of Archibald now. Because Zacharias was also in the army and said that, and obviously the Major killed a man. What if that man was Archibald's father? And Archibald had a motive to killing. Oh, that could be a connection.
That didn't take you long to spot.
Monsieur Sterling lacked the real response. Give me all the answers. Monsieur the real response. Give me all the answers I require.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Fucking smart me. Get fucked. I'm a smart person.
Another success.
Now I know instead of feeling toward Cassandra, he must be the one behind the letter.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say
It seemed the guests were not fond of the Major. No shit they weren't.
Things are beginning to become clear.
It's highly possible one of the guests is behind the murder. That warrants immediate investigation. Based on the evidence I've seen in the Major's diary and the bedroom, as well as what I've learned from speaking with the guests, Monsieur de Silva, Comte de Vos, and Monsieur Mir warrant concern and further investigation. Suck it, punk.
Certainly. What do you need?
Wait. Okay, fuck it.
Certainly. What do you need?
There's no further for me to investigate here. Will you kindly gather the guests for me?
As you wish.
It seems there's no simple achievement. Alright. Explanation of what happened here. The Major popularity and want to guess does not seem very high. There's still many questions that must be asked. Chapter 4. Ooh. How many chapters are there? There are 9, I think, if I'm correct.
The guests are waiting for you, detective.
Yeah. So what I might do this chapter and then end it, and then do the last 4 chapters, last 5 on Thursday. That might be a good plan. The guests are waiting for you, detective.
I informed them of what has happened, but
oh fuck! I hit A by accident. There goes my opportunity to catch one of them off guard. No matter, I have more than one weapon in my armory.
I am most grateful. Madame van den Bosch is here also?
She's in her room with Miss Angeline. It may be better to speak with them privately tomorrow.
Oui, merci. I shall come find you again once my questioning is complete.
The guests alibi the priority. Once I can confirm their whereabouts this evening, I can understand who had opportunity. I'm still not buying this take 4 to 5 hours to complete. So we're only on chapter 4 and it's been 3 hours 16. I've led my suspect. I have my lead suspect from all the evidence at the scene of the crime. Perhaps those will change after speaking with them all. Oh shit. Oh, here we go. Do I talk to people? Do I? Play the piano.
Huh.
Okay, never mind. Alright, now I want you all to sit there prettily while I do this. Go back and forward, pacing. Right, who do I want to talk to first? Alright, now let's do this. We'll start with Zachariah.
I'm afraid our conversation is of a more formal nature this time.
So the Major was murdered?
It appears so.
You can't think that I did it, though.
I will be questioning everyone over the course of the evening, and your cooperation will certainly speed up that process.
By speaking to me, tell me about your movement for dinner.
I was here in the salon, minding my own business, enjoying my own company.
Minding your business from whom?
Comtesse, what's her name, and my brother. Apart from wanting to congratulate him for a great right hook, there was nothing I had to say to.
Comtesse de Vos? And they will both confirm you were here?
If she had taken a moment to notice anything besides herself, she will tell you I was here the whole time.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Oh, alright, so apparently you were here the entire time.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Beckers. Merci for speaking with me.
Monsieur Poirot, or should it be Detective Poirot now?
Detective Poirot is perfect, merci. I would like to begin with a few questions.
What the fuck's up with your tie? Why have they only got half a tie?
Go right ahead, Detective Poirot.
Can you tell me where you were prior to dinner?
I took great pleasure in seeing the Major's ego as well as his face take a bruising. And then I made my way to the library.
Where you spoke with Mademoiselle Conrad.
And yourself? Yes.
We were the only two that you spoke with.
One of the servants brought me a drink and I was telling her about the benefits of joining a union. She didn't understand what it truly meant to be a part of something. Something bigger than just her. I was trying to explain to her how...
Monsieur.
Oh, yes, it was just the two of you and the servant.
I do not seem to recall seeing Monsieur de Silva in the library.
And you are sure there was no one else present?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Detective. You were there.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening
That's
conversation.
suspicious. Yo, de Silva.
Monsieur de Silva, merci for obliging me.
A detective comes to a party and a dead body shows up. Coincidental, don't you think?
Oh yeah, very. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Death is not a matter to joke on, monsieur.
Who said anything about a joke? I am saying what I see.
Wow.
Then perhaps you can tell me what it was you saw this evening.
Where were you prior to dinner?
Following whatever that was in the hall, I moved to the library.
Is there anyone that can confirm that?
Miss Conrad and Beckers were in there, arguing about something. The books held my interest far more than their conversation.
You did not speak with them until dinner was served?
I had no reason to get involved with their little spat. It was clear they didn't want me to hear, and that suited me just fine.
Merci for your cooperation.
Ooh. Gideon.
Monsieur Demir, I am sorry your celebrations have taken a rather dark turn.
As am I, Detective. I hope we will be able to bring this investigation to an end post-haste.
With your cooperation, I will do my very best.
Beside the time in your hall, where were you before you were summoned to the dining room?
I was here in the salon. I thought I would have a moment of peace to calm myself, but the Comtesse and my brother followed behind.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Did they inquire into the reasons
Appreciate
behind
it.
the fight in the hall?
Woo!
I think they both saw it as some light entertainment, more than anything else.
The Comtesse does not strike me as one to enjoy violence.
And not so much violence, but karma for the Major, perhaps. You did not hear how he spoke to my wife-to-be. She is still rather upset about the whole thing.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Max, calm down. Max, you know what? I'd really appreciate it if you don't promote your maths homework in my stream. You know. Nah, man. Do not appreciate the numbers. Do not appreciate the numbers. No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Fuck my stream. Go watch maths. We don't need Poirot. We just need maths.
If you would be so kind as to stay here.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah. The two of you. Woo! So you'll be stealing yourself and Dongi. Skit! Woo!
Countess, I am sorry our next conversation must be under such...
One day though, one day you can steal them all. It's fine. I'll send them over to you. Yeah, cool.
It is not the first time Felix has ruined a good party.
Oh yeah, they might. Yeah, true. True, they might be like her. $400.
The current state of tonight's celebrations is the least of my
Welcome.
priorities, Countess.
Well, it's at the top of mine, detective. I did not come here for a wake.
Perhaps then we should proceed with my questions and you can get back to celebrating.
It would be my pleasure, chérie.
We spoke earlier. Did you remain here in the salon until dinner was served?
I did. I thought by staying in one place, it would be easy for the staff to bring me my drinks. How wrong I was.
Ooh.
And who else was present in here?
The handsome groom-to-be and his brother, although Zachariah, is it, made a rather sharp exit at one stage.
Oh.
Did he say where he was going?
He left the room.
He barely said 2 words to either of us. I think he was more concerned with his drink.
Never did I miss your dinner drinking, yet no one seems concerned.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
True. I'm not a calculator. I might be a calculator. I don't know. Who knows? I'm a man of many talents.
I am sure you understand the delicate nature of the situation.
I knew I had seen your face before. You were just an officer when that story hit the paper.
You have a très bon memory, mademoiselle. That was a long time ago.
You can't escape the past, especially when you go and do something like that.
That is very true, but one can learn from it and create a better future.
What would you say to an
What would you say for it? I never played Payback, so I don't. It might. Hang on. Let me do a bit of investigation. Jackie. Hercule Poirot. First Cases. Voice actor. Where is she? Jackie. German? No. Ah, there we go. What has she been in? No, she weren't in Need for Speed. It just sounded like her. She was in she was in Casualty. She was also in My Parents Are Aliens. That's all I got.
Please, mademoiselle. Catching the Major's killer is my sole concern right now. Now, if you would be so kind, I have some questions for you.
Tell me about your evening since your arrival.
I arrived, unpacked my bags in my room, and made it downstairs just in time to see the Major take a right hook from Gideon. And then I went to check out the library.
And you were joined by Monsieur Beckers.
And Ernesto, or Monsieur Silver, as you say. But after he ignored my attempt at pleasantries, I left him to his book in the corner.
And your conversation with Monsieur Beckers that I interrupted.
You are a persistent one, aren't you? Makes sense now I know who you really are. You'll just have to wait and read about it in the paper like everyone else.
I was at Converse, still remain tight about discussing on Monsieur Beckers, but I hint at reading about Nuba and make believe it may be a bunch of grandeur nature than I expected.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
I need to talk to anyone else. Or do I need to put this shit together? Oh my god, there's 6 alibis. Apparently didn't see him.
This will not get me any
Alright, well.
Order and method.
Okay, well you're fucking stupid then. Sorry, how are you not linking that together? Unless we got to link these two together.
Is there something I am... This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Your Poirot, he said he wasn't in the library, yet none of that links between...
Come, my little Grace.
Ah, you're taking the piss.
Another success.
There we go. They confirmed each other's appearance in the library. Oh, okay, fuck.
Things are beginning to become clear.
Alright, now I get it. Jackie and Hugo confirmed each other's appearance in the library.
Magnifique.
Margot and Gideon confirmed each other's appearance in the salon.
Some would say a lucky get.
They confirmed each other's appearances in the salon.
I cannot see the logic in...
Okay.
I must take a different...
Oh, you're being a little prick now, aren't you? There are 2 more. What, Archie? Let me talk to Archie. What's happening with you?
Is that the end of your...
There are still some questions that remain to...
Is there?
I'm an open book.
I must act up. Is there something?
I don't talk to everyone again.
Whatever you require.
Maybe that will help.
More question?
Nope.
No trouble at all.
Nope. Alright, so there's someone I need to link up then, I guess.
I am all yours.
Yeah, figure that much. Alright, fuck me. This is stupid.
You came to the right place.
Yeah, no, apparently I didn't. No, I didn't come to the right place. Alright, so there's something I need linked, and I don't know what it is, but we're gonna figure it out. I said it ought to be that, but it clearly fucking isn't, apparently.
Order and method.
Maybe this. Who knows? That would have waited. That would have a long ass shot.
Come, my little. This will not get me in. I must take a different...
That's not going to be it.
I cannot
Yeah.
see the logic in it. I cannot see the logic in... Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically.
Oh, I'm thinking logically.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Plop! How did that, none of that link to that? It like, I think something, and I put it in there like, oh no, not the right thing.
I know you are probably used to dealing with criminals, but not everyone is trying to hide something.
Well, you are.
I hope for your sake that you do not hide anything from me.
What is it you think I'm hiding?
I struggle to believe you did not know of Monsieur da Silva's presence in the library.
Is that what this is about? I saw him hiding in the corner, pretending to read. I'd be surprised if he even could. I did not speak to him, and he certainly didn't make any attempt to speak with me.
Monsieur Demire invited you here to speak with him. You didn't see that as a fitting time too?
Hey, Steady, welcome to the stream, welcome to the show. No way for lurking. Welcome in, welcome. Howdy. Hope you're well.
I was speaking with Jacqueline, and quite frankly, I was in no mood to be dealing with that man.
Monsieur Becker the contagious? Monsieur Becker is courageous and full of vigor in their planning, but the execution does not share confidence.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Michael claimed Zachary stepped out the room, but Gideon did not mention it. Was his missing time accounted for? Oh, they could talk to the drunk.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Oh, are you? Then please tell me your version of events.
I told you already. I was here in the salon.
And you did not leave even once.
Well, I had to use the bathroom. I didn't realize I had to update you every time nature called.
Well, you should.
You may keep your calls of nature to yourself, merci. And then you returned to the salon?
If you don't believe me, ask Archibald. He saw me on his way up to the study.
Oh!
I think that is all for now.
Archibald been throwing in the question. Yo, Archie, I bet I'm right. I bet you I am right. I bet you Archie did it. Oh, wait, the butler.
Can you confirm seeing Monsieur Demire in the hall this evening?
Zachariah, yes. I was on my way with a bottle of whiskey to the Major. He shouted a rather ignorable greeting to me. And asked for directions to
Wait. What if this is... Oh, wait a minute. What if he is Florette's father, who was in the prologue, and this is payback?
I presume you showed
Maybe.
Aye, detective. I showed him to the hall bathroom. I didn't think it was wise to attempt the stairs, not in that state.
So that confirms that.
I must act
No,
on
nope.
thought and...
It confirms that, I mean.
What a revelation!
Archibald confirms Zachariah's movement out of the salon, however brief.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Yep. Gideon, Zachariah and Margot were all in the salon at least for some time together. Surely someone else is to blame.
Order and method. I must take a different approach.
Well, now he's... Oh, wait a minute. What are these two?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Hugo and Neto confirmed each other appearance in the library. There we go. Hugo, Neto and Jackie support each other version of events. Someone else must be responsible, surely. Even with some minute different in story, the guests all confirmed each other alibis. It is not the outcome I was expecting or perhaps hoping for. Boom! Come on, little great owls. Let me solve this mystery. They did not yield the result I desired. Perhaps a more direct approach considering their potential motive will reveal more. Oh, fuck off. Gotta talk to them all again. Yep.
I'm an open book.
Did you speak with the Major this evening?
Why would I? I've got nothing to say to him. Except maybe to keep his hands off what is ours.
What is yours that he could want?
Money, of course. Why do you think he has been suckling at the Van den Bosch teat for so long? He's bled them dry, and now they will all do the same to our money.
Our?
My father's, Gideon's, it's all the same.
I sent you and Michelle Gideon are not the closest.
When you have not been on level playing fields for years, it's hard to have a fair game.
Got a point.
I am afraid I do not quite understand.
If we're playing golf, he has a full set of clubs and a caddy in the form of my father, and I have the old split putter. Make sense now?
Perfectly.
There's certainly some hostility towards his brother. This run much deeper than brotherly rivalry.
I think that is all for now.
Oh, so brotherly hatred.
Whatever you required.
How do you know the victim?
I know that I don't think, or didn't think, a great deal of him. I'm just sorry I didn't get the chance to tell him what I thought.
The man has recently been murdered.
Someone must stand up to men like him, with their crooked dealings and lack of, well, any compassion at all.
Ooh.
Another rousing speech, monsieur.
So he got motive because of
the truth.
The workers.
If you knew what I know, maybe he wouldn't be dead, but behind bars instead.
Your connection to family is through Monsieur Demir Necessipas?
Yes, Gideon invited me.
My
If
little
you will
French?
recall from our previous
Or Belgium?
conversation, we have been working together, and he thought now would be a good time to discuss matters.
To discuss business at the celebration of his engagement?
We're all here, so what better time? He thought Da Silva might even let his guard down if he was in a more jubilant mood. It would be wise to not continue to ignore us any longer.
And what business was it that was so urgent?
We're trying to resolve the worker strikes. It has gone on long enough. Now is the time for him to listen to our demands so we can put an end to it all. Put the violence and upset behind us.
Alright. You seem to hold a certain level of, shall we say, anger toward the Major.
Anger, yes, but that's all. I wouldn't kill a man.
Well, anger can go a long way.
You must see why this leads me to have suspicions.
You can't honestly think I did it. I am a man of peace. I make changes with words, not with violence.
I barely mentioned the Major and Monsieur Becker become rather flustered and defensive. Are there a plan for negotiation with Monsieur De Silva?
I am fighting for the basic rights of our workers, nothing more. If he can't see that, he is the lesser man that I already thought.
And where does Monsieur Gédéon fit into the negotiations? And his brother?
His brother? I didn't even know he had a brother until I arrived here. Gideon certainly hasn't talked much about him. I get the sense there's not much love lost between them.
When was the last time you saw the Major?
Last I saw, he was outside having a cigar.
Oui, I spoke with him myself, but that was some time ago.
Yep.
He does love a cigar. You'd have to stand out in those conditions. I could barely see him through the snow.
Excellent.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
More questions? I suppose so.
Can you tell me more about the relationship with the deceased?
Felix, I didn't know him that well. We spoke a handful of times. I met him through Cassandra. I thought him to be rather pompous.
But you remained polite, as any gentleman would.
Of course.
Negative opinion of Major, rather ubiquitous. 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 Yeah. I'm yet to meet someone with a particular positive view on him. Why don't you tell me more about the relationship with Madame van der Bosch?
What is there to say? She's a remarkable woman, and I admire her. Even after Edwin's death, she held herself with such poise.
It sounds as though you hold her in the highest regard.
And why shouldn't I? Women these days could take a leaf out of her book on how to present themselves.
You said you had talked with the Major a few times. About what exactly?
He had approached me about doing some business together. I like to know who I'm getting into bed with first.
And you both went ahead with your business venture.
Not so much a business venture, more security related. But there is no need to discuss that any further.
Is there something you wish to remain hidden about your partnership, monsieur?
It was far from a partnership. I hired him to run security at my factories. If the workers were going to get violent, I wanted to make sure I was ready to protect my property.
Got a point. Got a point. Both you and the Major have been very supportive of Madame van der Bosch over the years. N'est-ce pas?
That is correct.
And the reason for your support was always of a purely platonic nature.
If you're trying to insinuate that I was expecting something in return, you can remove your head from the gutter.
I meant no offense. I'm only trying to understand the dynamic of your relationship.
I may approach this a different manner. Perhaps I should speak with common test on this.
Merci for your cooperation.
Ooh. Bit the Gideon.
No trouble at all.
With the joining of your two families and the Major being around so much, I would assume you knew him well.
I knew of him more than actually knowing him myself. In the past, he made his feelings towards my brother and I quite clear.
And that was not in a positive way.
I certainly wouldn't call trying to get Angeline to postpone the engagement positive.
Oh shit. I spoke with your brother earlier. He was certainly enjoying himself.
What do you mean?
I do not mean to pry, only I imagine the whole room was aware of his celebrating with a bottle.
You must be mistaken. Neither my brother nor I drink.
Sorry, what? I do not know how he could not have noted the state his brother was in. Perhaps one does not see what one does not want to believe. How is your relationship with your brother?
We aren't the closest, but what brothers are?
I would argue that many are.
We've lived very different lives. Our priorities are different. He does not see things the way I do. There isn't much.
Ah, fucking hit A by accident. There are clear more to uncover here. I shall return the matter when I feel that I required to get the answers.
I have lent my voice to some discussions.
Keep doing that. I'm just gonna not touch the controller.
Meetings. Just positive support.
Did my stream freeze? I don't know. Did it freeze? Well, my one did. I hope it's fine. Still streaming. I have lent my voice on such discussion. I tried to facilitate meeting positive support.
Does that positive support include sending letters to those on the opposing side?
Detective Poirot, I'm not sure what you think I have done.
Monsieur, a letter has been found threatening the Major of what might happen if he does not act promptly, and now he has wound up dead.
Oh, don't tell me it cut into two. Oh no, it didn't. Happened to someone I knew. They cut their stream into two, so I'm just hoping it didn't.
You think my sending him a letter, warning him not to get involved, means I murdered him?
Maybe.
At this time, it is certainly reason for me to be suspicious.
Hooray! How'd easy. That was quick also. How'd it go?
I've been funding the strikes, detective. These men deserve fair treatment, and a wage that fits the hard work they undertake every single day. The Major didn't see that. All he cared about was the money for his services, and that is all I care to discuss.
It appeared Mr. Letter were at least written with noble intention. He still hasn't talked more on the Major
If you would be so
accusation.
kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Ah, it went interesting. Ah, no. Oui. Ah, the language of love. The murders.
I am all yours, detective.
Ah, and I am all yours. Did you ever speak to the Major about how he treated Madame van der Bosch?
Why would I actively choose to speak to that wretched man?
Hmm.
You were quite adamant of your protection of Madame. If he was as awful as you portrayed him to be, there must have been some words spoken, or perhaps written?
He was quite aware of how I felt towards him, and the lengths he has gone to remain close to the family. That is all that needs to be said.
I must admit, I would not want to be on the receiving end of your tongue's wrath.
Oh, I bet you would though, Poirot, you old dog.
Wise thinking, detective.
I'm sure you noticed Madame Van der Spot's absence.
I imagine she will have shed a tear for him, but she should not waste any more.
You don't think she would? Or you don't want her to?
I have made it quite clear what I think of that man, alive or dead. I would not want her to waste anything further on him.
And that letter that you sent him, I mean, I don't know who had a sharper tongue, Madame Van der Spot or Comtesse. It's certainly a close race for first place. What are Madame Van der Spot and Monsieur de Silva relationship?
What of it?
Do you believe there was something more to their friendship?
As I have said, detective, I am not one to gossip.
Even though you've been telling me everything for the entire game. Yeah. Alright then.
I would not even consider your name and that word in the same sentence.
Because it is not gossip.
Oh, okay.
It's the truth.
Well, there you go. There you have it. I'm not sure that's exactly correct, but Comtesse made a bold attempt to justify her wagging tongue. Oh, Poirot thinking about that tongue again now, dog. Oi, oi, oi.
Why else do you think he would stay around for so long? Yes, he was a friend and partner to the Viscount, but it is plain to see it is Cassandra's partnership he longs for.
You have explained that the Major was trying to remain close to the family, but not why.
He was a disgusting leech that
I knew
was
that.
driven only by money and power, like most men.
That's sexist, and I will not stand for that. You're cancelled. I don't want your wagging tongue anywhere near me now.
I can assure you not all men are concerned with such egotistical wealth.
How dare she?
That may be, but they are few and far between. I believe you are a special case, Detective Poirot.
Calling me special? Is it because I'm from Belgium? This is outrageous.
It is not the first time I have been described in such a way.
I mean, I've done it by accident, but I don't know the song.
Embrace the compliment, Detective. You have set yourself apart from the horrid crétins that seem to somehow make their way into positions of authority and power.
Sometimes shampoo gets in your mouth and it just goes wrong, and then you start choking, and then you got to go get the mouthwash to wash it all out. And
that is
it's not a good taste. Don't.
Using Madame Van den Bosch as his ladder to the top?
Look, if I can give some advice in this stream, don't swallow shampoo. If you're going to, just don't. You don't want the taste in your mouth. You don't want it anywhere near this mouth area. If it happens, get some mouthwash very quickly, whirl it around, and then spit. That's what you gotta do, and then it will go. Yeah, don't drink shampoo, kids or adults. Don't drink shampoo in general.
You are finally seeing the man he was. A weak and self-indulgent social climber.
Ah. The Comtesse has certainly opened my eye to the Major's true ambition with the Van der Bosch family. I wonder if Madame herself is aware of his greed and hunger for social recognition.
Merci, Comtesse. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Bitch. Alright, Jackie, what you got for me?
You came to the right place. What do you need?
I don't know, a cup of tea and a sandwich? I don't know. Not gonna lie, society in this game is screwed. Oh, it's a different time. It's a different time. People just hate. They were high class, they were low class, it was just all over the place. If you're low class, you'll be scum. If you're high class, you're scum. Like, everyone hated each other. Everyone was just dickheads. This is why people did murders. Remember Spectacle? Exactly, yeah. It's around the same, well, not the same period. Well, no, it's sort. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It's, you know, both well-off detective solving the crimes of what happened to the murder victim. But one Belgian, one English. What do you know of the victim?
I know that he was not the good and honest man he liked to think he was.
But no, if you might like, if you ever get a chance, watch Poirot. It's a good program. You know, it's a very good. It was a very good program. Man is like David Suchet at Poirot. Il perfect. Yeah.
In what sense?
If you spoke to him for longer than 5 minutes, you'd know. I've met people in dark alleys I trust before him.
Alright. Get out. Donkey love them, eh? Ah. Better luck to both of them.
And on the occasions when you did speak with him, what was discussed?
I'm sorry, Poirot. If you're looking for a deep-seated secret between me and him, you're going to be disappointed.
Mademoiselle Conrad wide nature of its question. She knows exactly what and what not to say. The nut may be harder to crack than the first expected. As you were previously speaking with him, I'm sure you know Monsieur Becker de Bowden.
That man has got some real anger issues. I get why he's frustrated. He's trying his best for the workers, but holding on to rage like that, something's gonna burst.
Yeah, we're cracking cases, we're cracking nuts, we're cracking everything. It's part of our range of work. A man suppressing his anger and a murdered body, most amateur detective could see a connection. You seem to know a great deal about everyone. What can you tell me about Monsieur de Silva and Madame van der Bosch?
If you think you can use me as some sort of gossip machine, you are sorely mistaken.
You're a journalist. What do you mean? You spread gossip all the lot? What? Yeah, it's annoying. I noticed that. They've been like, they'll cut a word out halfway through.
I can assure you it is not a case of gossiping. At this point, everything may be relevant to my investigation.
Game's good though. I'm enjoying the game. Just the little cuts.
So I would be helping you potentially solve a crime? You should have said that off the bat. To say he's smitten is an understatement. I reckon he's been wanting her for years.
Ah, and you're not a gossip, are you?
I see. Madame does not feel the same?
Doesn't look like it. If she did, she would have said something about it, right?
I think she's American. I think she'd like an American journalist over in wherever we are. So it might, I don't know. What are your thoughts on the contest? I appreciate your opinion on her.
I don't know if you really would. She's got a mouth the size of Texas, except when it comes to truths about her.
Yeah, so she might be a Yank or someone from, like, I don't know, New York or somewhere. There's an accent there, but yeah, definitely not from where we are.
She wants everyone to think that she's the savior of these girls at the shelter. But there's a side to her I don't think anyone gets to see.
Oh, hello.
And what side is that?
One that she is keeping tucked away under her very expensive dress.
I can only see the work that women shouted positive, even if the real start came from a selfish place. The work the work they do cannot be scoffed at.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
All right. Oh, hello. We got a conversation.
I am all yours, detective.
Yeah, she's trying to take my job, but she did it very badly. Push on the major aggression towards Cassandra.
Countess, you gave me the impression the Major and the Madame were close. But there were times where he acted rather aggressively to her, n'est-ce pas?
I am sorry, detective, but I did not mean to give you such an impression.
I've already built a rapport with the commissar. Some may even say a flirtatious manner. Perhaps I'll continue to charm her. She will reveal the information. It obviously I who am mistaken. A fine woman of your stature would not perfectly lead a young man astray. If I have been mistaken, will you not kind of correct? No, that one.
Ever the charmer, detective. I would talk more on it, but I'm afraid Cassandra would think I am talking about her behind her back.
Nah, it's cool, love. It's cool. You can tell me anything. The commissar has something more to say, but she still holds back. Some tell me it's more to do with received intention. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage. How would Madame Van der Bosch feel if she heard the content of a conversation from me? You obviously care a great deal about Madame Van der Bosch. Assisting will help me clear any wrongdoing. This is what you want for her, isn't it? Detective. I got detective riz.
It is not often I am swayed so easily. I applaud you on your willingness.
Oh, we're ridding it. We're ridding it.
From day one, I was wary of his intentions. And it was not long before he showed his true colors. If it is a tear she sheds, it should be one of joy, that he is out of her life.
I understand your feelings towards the Major, but perhaps there was...
He was a bully. He took his shortcomings out on her, and she sat there and accepted
Man,
it.
I was cold. I was.
never thought I would see the day.
Oh, she let her shield down that time and something else to come down. We're doing detective work all over.
Now she will be able to see the man he truly was.
Where's my magnifying glass?
I will always catch up to you.
Achievement. Yeah.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Got to check that detail. Right, anyone else need to talk to? Oh, hello.
I'm an open book, Pop.
Your relationship with your brother. It seems everyone has an opinion.
That doesn't surprise me, and yet no one actually asks.
I am asking now.
I should have expected that, shouldn't I? What is there to say? We used to be close, but not so much anymore.
I would find it very helpful if you could at least elaborate on your relationship.
He went to school, got an education, and was the apple of our father's eye. I went to war. See the difference now?
Ah, yes. Yes. Monsieur has again mentioned the time of the war. Why do not mean to belittle the effort for his country? It seems as though he'd not been able to leave that life behind on the battlefield. What do you know? Your brother worked for the Union.
If you want to know about Gideon's part in the Union, why don't you ask him?
So, you are aware of his support for them?
Yes, well, he...
Oui, monsieur?
It'd be best to just ask him.
Monsieur either does not know much of what his brother did, or he protecting his brother closely.
That is all for now. Merci.
Alright, they could talk to the brother. Jesus Christ. Back and forth.
No trouble.
Where is she? I'd like to talk about your brother.
I believe there are more important matters at hand than talking about my brother and I's relationship, or lack thereof.
The murderer is in this house, and by holding back information that may help my investigation, you only make me suspicious of your involvement. Monsieur Demir, if you continue to withhold information, I can only assume you are hiding something, and must treat you as a prime suspect in the Major's murder.
Boom!
I have nothing to hide. If you must know, we have not been on the best terms for years now. As I said, we are different people. He does not see the importance of planning for the future, and as much as my parents tried, we could not make him see that. I suppose that is why he sees me as their favorite.
He still believes that now?
I assume so. We barely talk anymore. I was hoping we would be able to sit down and talk and leave the past behind. But this evening has not panned out that way.
And no shit. I mean, they're the murder.
If you would be so kind as to stay here.
Alright, any more questions, anyone, or do I just solve this shit now? With my noggin. Alright, I guess I gotta do the they're gonna be a lot. They're gonna be a lot. Okay, only 4. Alright. Alright.
This will not get
Okay,
me
that
any
was fucking wrong. Alright.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming to...
Perhaps the nurse had hidden secret love as well. We can use this to our advantage. Ah, bollocks! Now I've got to talk to someone. Ernesto!
More question.
Apologies for the insistent question on the subject, but you and Madame Vanderspot...
Mademoiselle Conrad was quick to talk of your hidden feelings towards her. Perhaps only hidden to Madame Vandenbosch herself.
What has this got to do with the Major's death? Does Cassandra know you have spoken to others about this? I have only tried to help her.
Swallow shampoo! probably gonna die. It smelled like fruit. That was a lie. Called the number on the bottle, spoke to a guy, he said vomit. I said why? He said poison. I said goodbye. Look at my finger, look at my life. It wasn't that much, but I'll probably be fine. Oh, don't swallow shampoo. I don't know the fucking tune. I just made that up. I am merely asking the question. There's no reason to panic. It will greatly help me if you answer honestly.
There may be some feelings there, but Madame Van
That
den
is the
Bosch
song.
does not know of them.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't
trust that it will remain that way.
Don't know the tune, but I just went with it.
Merci for your cooperation.
Wait, did I fuck it up?
More questions?
Oh, bollocks. I wasn't really paying attention. I'm too busy singing the shampoo song. No! Alright, we're good. I feel like we're good. I feel like we're fine. I feel like it didn't affect it that much. Okay.
Is there something I...
Alright, we've got 3 things and then I feel like we're at the end of the chapter.
Some would say a lucky guess.
There we go. The brothers are suspicious individually, but I cannot see them working together. Okay, that's that. Jackie don't trust the Major. Hugo frustration. Claimed to have calmed down.
What a revelation.
Hugo claimed to have calmed down since his argument with the Major, but Jackie disputes it.
I must take a different...
No, alright.
order and method.
Alright, that
That is the...
Maybe this?
Things
Aha!
are beginning to become clearer.
Unless I deny Cassandra more than a friend.
Magnifique.
He claimed not to be close to his brother, but still seek to withhold information. I have my own opinion of the Major, one I'd wiser to keep to myself, but do not expect so many like-minded thinkers. I think I should think further on what I have heard in my quarters. Boom. Fuck out of here.
My time with the guests is complete. For tonight, at least.
Do you know who killed Major Hagen?
No.
I am afraid it is not as simple as that. There are many steps that lead to the truth. I must think on everything I have heard this evening and dissect the truths from the lies. Merci for your assistance this evening. Au revoir.
Au revoir. I came here to expect and resolve a case of blackmail, to relieve a family burden that weighed upon them and overshadow a joyous occasion. But now they're the murder inside. I've never been during the game celebrating where death had taken centre stage before. Although the guest alibi confirm each other, I still cannot rule the possibility of one of them being involved in the Major's death. The relationship between some of the guests and the Major was more rocky. Dislike towards him was plentiful, but enough to drive someone to murder. This is now the perfect opportunity to think about everything, and I've heard today. Okay. I have all the information I need. I must now compile it together and find the most probable culprit. So, Jackie want information that you surely be that.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of the...
When I first overheard the conversation, it seemed Hugo was trying to get Jackie to listen. Advice to the Major?
Things are beginning to become clear.
Achievement! The letter she sent, protecting Cassandra, was threatening indeed, and Jackie seemed unable to determine her secret. Alright, okay, where are we? Alright, so this will be the last thing we do, because I feel like I think we're near the end of the chapter, so, then we'll end it there.
This will not get me any closer.
That was stupid.
Some would say, yes, I would.
His history of the Major combined with threat to be well bidden definitely showed intent. Would that do that?
I must act on thought.
Hey Taylor, welcome to the stream, welcome to the show. How are you doing? Or welcome. Ah, of course.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Welcome. We are going to be wrapping up very soon, but welcome on in before I do. Blinded by both love and greed, he may have struck down his opposition. There we go.
Another success.
Oh, free pizza! Pizza party! Woo! We'll have a good pizza. What did you get? All guests confirmed at least one guest confirmed the alibi. Okay. Ow. Who could that be at this time?
Entree.
I've got my domino training complete, so I had to make a cheese pizza to prove my training work. I got to take home the pizza. Hey! Congratulations! Woo! Woo! You know what? This is for you. for your you know what? You're gonna have a special because this is an achievement for you for completing your training. So I have this on me. Achievement. There you go. There you go. On dress. Oh, then I knock at there's somebody at the door. There's somebody at. Oh, hello.
I'm sorry I did not join you in the salon as requested.
Please, mademoiselle. There is no need to apologize.
I was with Maman in her room. She would not allow anyone to see it, but I could see she was terribly upset.
Most understandable.
So how's the cheese pizza? Is it good? Is it good pizza?
Do you have any suspicions as to who could have killed him?
I'm afraid my suspicions extended across all of the party's guests.
Yeah, they all hated him.
While it seems as though their alibis all corroborate one another's, the disdain and hostility towards the Major makes them rife with motive.
I know there was some bad blood between the Major and some of the guests, but not enough to kill him, surely. She may seem tough on the exterior, but she's really quite kind when you get to know her.
The Countess? She is a formidable force I would not want to come up against.
Don't be silly, detective. She wouldn't hurt a soul. Jacqueline, I mean.
When was our comrade? You were in fact at least suspicious until now.
I assume that's who you were talking about, detective, after what happened between them.
That is a story I have yet to...
Oh, shit.
She must have told you about the piece she was writing on us, about Gideon's work and our marriage.
Somehow, that was the only thing she did not mention.
Oh, shit.
That's strange. I thought that is what she would have started the conversation with. Well, she had come to the house to interview me, and when I entered the library, she was there with Felix amid a rather heated conversation.
Do you know what this conversation regarded?
I'm afraid not, but Felix was quite enraged. He picked up an envelope from the table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him.
And Mademoiselle Conrad?
She was equally heated in the moment. She had a few choice words for him that I wouldn't care.
Achievement. Yeah. How Madame feeling now?
Better, thank you, detective. She's
good.
resting in her room.
Without it would.
It is the best place for her.
Love a good cheese pizza.
I'm not quite sure. It is a rather surreal feeling. I did not think I would miss him like I do.
It is understandable. He has been a close friend to your maman for many years.
And to me, detective. We had grown close. After father's passing, he was always there for me. And
something don't seem right. Something seemed off.
You must try and not think on it like that.
It is easier said than done, detective.
Maybe Felix killed the dad? Her dad?
I have no doubt, but you can be assured the culprit will not remain at large for long.
That could be a possible motive. If you're in my position, mademoiselle, would you be at the top of your... Who would be at the top of your suspect list?
I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine any of them committing such a heinous crime.
Well, one of them did.
It can often be hard to look past one's personal feelings for someone and see their flaws.
It's not that, detective. It's just they have known each other for years. Why would any of them act now?
I was under the impression the Major had merely a business relationship with some of the guests.
That's true, but those invited know each other, some of them for years. They may not seem like it, but some are even friends.
Oh, shit.
I should return to my room.
Oh, this case got blown wide open.
Day for us all.
Oui, mademoiselle. I am afraid tomorrow may bear a resemblance, but I will not stop until I have found his killer.
I am certainly glad you are here, detective.
When and where a detective is required, that is where I shall be. Bonne nuit.
Oh, fuck me, I hit A by accident again, like a dickhead. Mademoiselle left me an interesting thought, one I've not considered until now. While at first glance the guests do not appear to show much fun with each other, Mademoiselle quite sure that not the case. Perhaps I must consider looking at the guests together and not individually. Oh. Okay. Jackie bumped heads with the mayor, pushing dirt.
What a revelation.
Boom. I doubt Jackie involved with the murder, but now I'm dubious of her innocence.
Another success.
I now have all the motives from the guests who were under suspicion. All motives? The guests didn't know each other for years.
I cannot see the logic
Oh,
in this.
never mind. Wrong thing. All motives? All alibi confirmed.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
I do not know who I can trust or whose story I believe. Are the guests innocent? All guests suspected, guests have known each other for years. There we go. I now doubt how trustworthy their stories may be. They were well covered for each other. There is no physical way one guest could have killed the major and returned to the party, unless that were mistaken. It is not one. Guilty party I should be looking for rather multiple. Boom! We did it! How could I not consider that the major death were part of a ploy created and executed by more than only one of the guests? It came almost epiphany following Mademoiselle Angeline remarked about the guest's shared past. Perhaps Mademoiselle would become the trusted ally that I now sense that may be essential catching the guilty parties. Tonight's question was only the beginning. I shall allow the suspect to sleep on their stories and we'll see how they fare tomorrow. But one of those who were involved will have more than enough to show a glimmer of regret. Considering they were working together, I cannot be sure who told the truth and who would attempt to sound me down the flue. Perhaps I should sleep on the matter. A good night's sleep will bring a new dawn of thinking. And what better setting to do it than a peaceful falling blanket of snow that surrounds us all. Although it seemed not everyone had the same idea. Achievement! Who's that? Chapter 5. The rest of sleep combined with the image of eerie figure in the snow had only completed what my little grey self must consider. I should not have expected this to be a simple case. I must be lied to by at least one of the guests. Their alibi all confirmed each other. I know this is not be true. Ooh. How the major involvement with the Black Mound lose me for now. Once I've confirmed whether they're an author or recipient, I can consider my next step in this investigation. And that right there is where we're gonna end it. Woo! Woo! Man, this investigation is heating up. I've got 19 out of 46 achievement. Damn, this is some heavy. We're getting somewhere. I'm getting smarter. My little ginger cells are working overtime now, and I'm solving the clues of the murder. We went from bracelet to blackmail to murder. That's the way you want it. Anyway, I'm really enjoying this game. Like like I said, I love sort of murder mysteries. I love solving shit, and this is my sort of game, and I'm enjoying it so much. And I feel like you can see that I'm enjoying it. Like I'm not getting tired. I'm not yawning. I'm in the zone. Like obviously the past few games we have played have been alright, but I don't know, maybe because I played them before, or maybe because they were shit, we can put it. They were some games that I just brought, but this is something that I'm enjoying, and you know I'm happy with, and you can feel it. I feel like you can feel it. But yeah, we'll be back with this on Thursday. But I will be back tomorrow with week 51 out of 52 of Stardew Valley. We are in the penultimate week of Stardew Valley. Wow, cannot believe it. Week 51 of Stardew Valley tomorrow. Who would have thought? Yeah, so next week the big finale of that. Damn. Yeah, I'm happy. This is good. This is good. I can't wait to solve out who did it. I feel like I know who did it, but you know, well, in my head, I think I know who did it, but obviously the game could throw a twist on me. But hey. So I'll be back tomorrow around 4ish. Hopefully I'll be on time until 7 o'clock. with 3 hours of Stardew Valley for week 51. This has been really good. I've enjoyed it. Thank you everyone that popped in tonight, if whether you were lurking or being here chatting or just popped in for a few moments. I appreciate every single one of you. But yeah, for now, I've been AC. You've been my audience, and I see you all very soon. Peace out. Ha ha ha, mother.